know when we are.
All right.
Takes just a second and we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. You are in a meeting of the Water Resources Commission. It's September 1st, 2022. And this is a shorter form meeting than we typically have. It's a 4-hour meeting today. And so welcome, everyone. And what we'll do is start in the usual fashion, which is with a round table of commissioner comments. That's agenda item A. And if y'all are ready, I'll just go ahead and go in the order that I'm seeing you on my screen. And I have first up on my screen, Commissioner Wolf. Excuse me, Commissioner Wolf.
Good morning, everyone. The local sentiment for water has been a little bit ramped up again, as we haven't had much rain as typical this time of year, and the fires. We had a lightning storm a few days ago, and so now we're dealing with the fuel loads that the spring rains did give us, and we're having a lot of smoke, and the fires are kind of circling back to the average condition of our water situation over the last, well, it's been heading where we are for a long time, but getting warmer and typically speaking less water. So those conversations continue. And but it other than the smoke, it really is quite beautiful here, and nothing major to report.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Smitherman.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Well, down here in Southern Oregon, we, just like Woody was, Commissioner Wolf was mentioning, everyone has water on their mind as we're going into the end of the summer. Luckily, we had a really good spring that extended irrigation season a little ways. However, our irrigation districts in the area have had to shut down as of August 19th. 2 of our main ones have shut down, and we have a third that should be shutting down here in the next week for lack of water. That is longer than we thought at the beginning of the year. It could have been a lot worse. However, we are experiencing that towards the end of the year again, which is somewhat typical of what we've been seeing over the years. We have had some fires, and I'm going to knock on wood. There have been a few. Right now, we do have some poor air quality. We do have a fire that's along our wild and scenic section of the Rogue River, and it's called the Rum Creek Fire. So we've been kind of dealing with that here in the Rogue Valley. But as far as water usage goes, we have just gotten some reports back for our bulk water stations, and they are, for this time of year, they are over half, less than, they're half as much as they were last year at this time. So bulk water stations where our trucks can come and fill up and take them out and deliver water. We've seen that usage drop by quite a bit compared to last year. And that's for a variety of reasons, I believe, just given the weather, but also I think the new policy that's been put into place with House Bill 4061. We've been really, as we go into September, we're talking about National Preparedness Month, and just thinking about other water utilities from a municipality and utility perspective, and thinking about what's happening in Jackson, Mississippi, and the floods that have been going on there, and what's happened with their water supply. They serve about 200,000 people. That's close to what we're serving here in the Rogue Valley, and it's just you stop to think, wow, those things could happen anywhere these days. And so, are we prepared? And so, we talk about those things regularly. Are we prepared for different events such as that? And it's just a good thing to remember, especially going into National Preparedness Month. And just, as we talk more about the drought going on in the West, it's a big conversation with Colorado River, and it's slowly coming, we're seeing the effects also here in Oregon. And And it's a reminder to us to start to think about how we're using our water and how we value our water and putting that water to the best use possible. And so it's just something we're going to have to start changing the way we think about how we're using our water going forward. But other than that, it's been a good year, better than we had expected. So, but we're just hanging in there for the remainder of the summer. So thank you.
Thanks, Julie. Can I just ask a follow-up question about what was House Bill 4061? Just the short version. I'm not.
Did I get that House bill right? It's about bulk water stations. It's about documenting when a water truck fills up at a station. Where are they taking that water?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I don't know what
and
the
so
number is, but I didn't know what it was.
and so
yeah.
that's being tracked now
Okay.
at 2 stations here in the Rogue Valley. And so at any time, if law enforcement or if our water master needs that information, we will hand that over to
Okay.
them so that they can do what they need to do.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chair Reeves, if I may just add that
Sure.
bill was passed, I think, in the special session from December of 2021, and it was
Okay.
a broader suite of actions around cannabis, as I recall.
Okay.
Yes.
I
Yeah,
figured
it
it
was
must
mainly
be
to
related to
address.
that.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Kihara?
All right, good morning. It's a nice smoky day here in Central Oregon. Grateful that we haven't had any more smoke than what we've had. This is actually, downright breathable at this point. Water is getting a nice focus in Central Oregon. Our couple of our daily newspapers or weekly newspapers have been running a series of articles on water in the high desert, water use, so that the issue is getting out in front of the general public about, where are we at, what's going on. Always the usual controversies around, piping irrigation districts. Some people really love it, other people really hate it. And so you get lots of noise on both sides. But fortunately, I think a lot of the districts are saying, hey, this is a utility. We need to save our water or we're not going to get water to the farmers. So they're doing the piping. As an ex-water conservation coordinator, I'm like, yes, more piping. Other than that, I think everyone so far is grateful for a summer without as many fires and folks being, our fire suppression agencies having a chance to be able to jump on the fires sooner so that they stay small and not take off, So all in all, so far, a very decent summer and hoping that we get a nice wet fall. So that's it from here.
Thank you, Kathy. Commissioner Lee?
Yes, from the Northwest region, I can't report much issue regarding drought or fire right now. But I was able to attend the OWEB meeting over in Enterprise last month and was able to see the dam reconstruction project that's going on there and to hear from the representatives who have partnered on that, the Soil and Water District, the Irrigation District, and the tribe there. That will create some in-stream flows that have not been available before. Then last week, I took a tour of legislators and state agency reps over to Maupin to see a major carbon sequestration project, which also has an ability with the grasslands that were planted to impede water quality issues as well. So a lot going on, but not necessarily related to drought or fire.
Thank you, Jan. Commissioner Mall?
Hello again, everyone. My apologies again for not being able to make that June meeting. Just the logistics while I was traveling just didn't make it possible. I'll simply note that with recent travel, I was just in the last 2 weeks driving down through Klamath, through Lassen country, through the Dixie Fire, down into the Owens Valley, and was there for a few days, and then drove pretty much the same route back through Thule and back through Klamath and that country. Clearly plenty of water issues on your mind driving that country. And the thing that really struck me this time was the degree to which Los Angeles Water and Power controls essentially all private land in the Owens Valley. An old history, but the extent of that control and the limitations it puts on local control in some ways kind of struck me and just reminded me something that I bring up frequently, that things are changing. There was a really good, interesting thought piece in High Country News just in the last day, breaking down water use in the West in Colorado and how much traditionally has been and continues to be used in agriculture. And that tension between growing urban uses, traditional agricultural uses, and a shrinking pot of water is a conundrum, to say the least. And I guess, as Tom, as you depart, I'll just continue to push all of us to really encourage all of our constituents to come to the table, not with perspective of trying to influence or influence peddling or such, but to really come together. Because it's going to take everybody to restrain ourselves, quite frankly, to make this work for everybody. So road trips are a great time for that kind of reflection, even though it can be pretty heavy. Saw some amazing progress and things along the way too. So good to be back. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Krebs.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Reeves. Couple of things. First, I want to apologize as well for missing the June meeting. I had a mandatory managers retreat to attend for my employer. And then I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Lee's comment about the Wallowa project. That's an exciting project. I wasn't able to attend that meeting, but we did have a number of representatives there from my employer at the Umatilla tribe, and I think it's an exciting project to, improve storage for multiple water uses, improve safety for downstream municipalities, and really have a chance to help kind of increase the security of some of the value and the benefits of the Wallowa Dam or Wallowa Lake and the Wallowa River and that part of Oregon, a beautiful part of the state that's getting more use all the time from recreators, and has a lot of value for in-stream flows for fishing and agriculture. And so it's an interesting project and one I hope that makes real progress. I wanted to follow up a little bit on Joe's comment just briefly about, he mentioned Tom's departure, and I know we'll talk about that more later, but I wanted to say that I think it's really important to have tools like the integrated water resources strategy and the department strategic plan, which I view as a more inward-looking document to provide stability and predictability in times of transition, not just for the staff, but for the stakeholders who, should know what to expect. The department's been fortunate recently to have additional resources, and I know we're going to hear about some of the staffing increases, and that's all great, but when you have more resources, you need those kind of plans, the strategy and the internal strategy, so that those can be put to good use. And I think we're in a good position for a transition, and look forward to working with Doug in the future. And I know later we'll take more time to acknowledge Tom and his dedication to the state and the resource, but I just wanted to say I think those products and those processes will be important, not just for the staff, but for the stakeholders as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. So I, once again, neglected to introduce myself at the beginning of the meeting. I'm Meg Reeves. I'm the chair of the commission, and I'm here on behalf of the West Side at large. This is Tom's last meeting with us as director of this agency, and we will take some time after the last agenda item to say our farewells to him, and to and to welcome Doug as the interim director. Eric, I think that's a really good point that you made too about those strategic documents providing guidance during a time of transition, and for everything else that we're doing, but particularly during, we have a lot of transition coming, and that will be, those documents should stand us in good stead, I think. So I'm glad you raised that. My only, I wanted to just do a brief OWEB update. As Jan mentioned, the OWEB was in person in Enterprise in July, and I was not able to attend in person, but OWEB did a hybrid meeting, which I just wanted to say worked really well. From my perspective, as somebody who was on Zoom, I was able to, I mean, it's not being there in person. I didn't get to go look at the Wallowa Dam project, although I was thinking, you know, that this commission visited the Wallowa Dam, I don't know, sometime before we stopped meeting in person. I can't remember exactly when it was. So I had a mental image, but was not able to do that tour. But anyway, I don't know whether we'll ever consider that going forward, but from the perspective of the person who was not there in person, I felt like I was able to participate at least in the actual meeting time pretty well. So we could consider that for the future, perhaps. The one thing that I wanted to mention was, I don't think I've talked at all about OWEB's climate resolution in this group. So the OWEB, the board adopted a climate resolution in 2022, and it committed OWEB to begin the process of integrating climate mitigation and adaptation into funding and policy decisions. And the direction was for the staff to use, and the board to use, kind of an inclusive and equitable process to put those changes in place, because they obviously affect every applicant, or they, you know, eventually they will. So after the board adopted that resolution, OWEB staff embarked on a public engagement process. And what they were trying to do was to get feedback on how best to implement this climate resolution. And it looked to me as a board member like a pretty robust engagement. And the staff produced a report that had a huge amount of useful feedback, or a complete feedback from stakeholders about concerns, opportunities, challenges, worries, in kind of moving into the climate mitigation and adaptation mode. And so staff presented that feedback in July, and the board did vote to go ahead and move toward a rulemaking, and will be integrating, you know, creating a RAC and integrating the feedback that came during that public engagement process. But so there will be more on that, but you know, it seems like a good step for OWEB, and OWEB is trying to implement it in a way that doesn't kind of run over applicants and brings everybody along to try to make it work. So that's it for me. I think that's it for all of the commission members. Thank you all for your comments today. Our next item is actually our only action item today, which is to approve the minutes from the June 16th and 17th meeting. Let's see. Has everyone who was in attendance had a chance to review the minutes? Do we need any discussion on this, or can I get a motion to approve the minutes?
I would move to approve the minutes of the June meeting.
Thank you, Jan. And a second?
I second the motion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes from the June 16th to 17th, 2022 meeting. I'll just do a voice vote. I mean, a roll vote. Commissioner Wolf?
Yes.
Commissioner Smitherman,
Yes.
Commissioner Kihara,
Yes.
Commissioner Lee,
Yes.
and Commissioner Reeves says yes, and the minutes are adopted. Thank you. Obviously didn't include Commissioner Clemson Mall in that particular action item. Next item is the director's report. Tom, your last director's report. Take it away.
Thanks, Commissioner Reeves. And for the record, Tom Byler with the department. Actually, got a fair number of items to walk through with you today. I'm going to step through a number of the items that are listed in your staff report, and a couple items that aren't, that I wanted to apprise you of, and be happy to take any questions along the way. With respect to staffing, I won't mention much about that other than it continues to be recruitments, hiring, bringing people on board continues to be a real major focus for our agency. We'll talk more about that as part of our project implementation, because that is part of the work that we have in terms of the 2021 budget increases that we had with the new programs and many new staff that were part of our budget. It's just been a massive effort. You'll note over 100 positions have been filled within the first year of the biennium, which is frankly quite jaw-dropping to me. I would never have expected that, and very proud of our managers, our HR staff, and everyone. It's very labor intensive for our managers to run those processes. They get a lot of guidance and counsel from our HR staff. There are additional staff who sit on interview panels, and they're going on all the time and have been for months now. And it's really impressive to see the engine running at full tilt. And we're very excited about bringing on a lot of new staff. And I'm excited to check in with the agency in a couple of years, just to see, as those staff begin to really get their feet under them and gain some experience, this agency is going to be really well positioned to carry out a lot of great work. So I'm very excited about that. Next item has to do with the planning, collaboration and investment section. And there are a couple of questions that have been raised at previous commission meetings that we wanted to respond to. And I'm going to kind of summarize what are in your materials. The two questions were essentially whether it would be advisable for within our grant programs to set aside funding specifically from our feasibility grants and from our water project grant loans, are kind of our project funding for those place-based planning groups that have been recognized by the commission. And the second question was whether we should create some kind of mechanism to increase grant awards in response to cost increases that projects have, and that sometimes inflation of costs will happen while a project is being implemented, especially for more complex, large-scale projects. Then it could be problematic for the applicant. So in those two instances, just kind of my summary around that is the staff's recommendation is that that we not take specific action on either at this time. With respect to a set aside for the recognized planning efforts, in my view, it's really more of a question about I think that's a ripe question for the future, but I think with the resources that we have today within our grant programs, that we do not advise going down that path. But if we receive and have a larger pot of money overall, I think that's a fair thing for us to look at down the line. But in the meantime, our staff's recommendations are that these groups tend to be very competitive over dollars. And we think will fare well in these competitive processes. But with our funds being more modest at this point, we want to err on the side of allowing for broader competition over the dollars that we do have. So that's kind of my summary of that. But I do think I would encourage the commission to continue thinking along those lines. And I do think that is a very fair and appropriate item for the commission and staff to consider over time. I'll say, based on my experience at OWEB, those types of considerations did start to play out, but there were a lot more resources available to OWEB compared to the resources that the department has within our programs. And so again, I would really keep an eye on this issue and recommend that if resources start to grow over time, that could be an issue worth taking up again. With respect to increasing grant awards due to inflationary costs, this is not a new issue. It's happened in the past. I've seen it at OWEB. We're seeing it today with a lot of the inflationary costs, and it can be a problem for grantees. Our recommendation is that we do have some tools available to grantees today where they can build in kind of contingencies within their grants. I think one thing that we could do going forward at the staff level is to really encourage grant applicants to be thinking about that seriously, especially in a time of inflation like we are now, to kind of build that into their grant agreement so they've got a little more flexibility to be able to absorb those cost increases should they have a project that they think might run into those types of issues going forward. So I think there's some opportunity to predict that, and there's some opportunity within the grant applications to kind of account for that. The other thing that we have a practice of doing with those applicants is helping them to find other resources. And of course, one of the things that you have to balance within that is the cost share ratio. And so that, I think, will be something that will depend on the project and what their cost ratio is, and the grant funds associated with it that we manage, as well as the other grant dollars probably that are supporting these programs, whether it's federal dollars or other resources. So it's always going to be very fact specific in terms of the project, but at this point we're recommending kind of keeping the status quo. We'll keep an eye on this issue going forward. And if this continues to be an area of challenge for our applicants, I think that would be an appropriate thing to revisit down the line. With respect to, I'm going to move on to the next item, which is our well abandonment repair and restoration, I think, or replacement, fund. Affectionately known as the WARF program. This is a program that was developed and put into place in the long session in 2021, and it's really designed to provide financial assistance to well owners, primarily for household kind of domestic purposes, to help them permanently abandon, replace, or repair wells that they have on their properties. And in December of 2021, you may recall, as part of the special session the legislature had with one of the areas around drought and drought emergencies was to focus on providing additional resources around aiding domestic well owners who had dry wells. And you'll recall there were quite a few of those that occurred in the Klamath Basin. We also had some last year that occurred in the Deschutes Basin, and we've seen some continuation of that into this year as well. And so as of the December 2021 session, we had a pretty clear direction to stand up a program and to provide resources starting this summer. And our staff have just done a fantastic job under a very tight timeline to get the program up and running. I think we've reported out on that to you in past meetings. And it started officially in June. Since that time, we've staffed up. Carrie Cope, who's joined us here, who has been working with the agency for some time on a range of different program areas, has transferred over into our point person to manage this program. And she started, I think, full time in August. So we're glad to have that staff capacity. I think there's over roughly 70 applications that as of August 10th that we've received. And we're in the process of reviewing those and acting on those. So there's a lot of work associated with that in terms of inspecting and reviewing these requests and then putting together the agreements to be able to get the resources to these folks. But I'm very, very happy to say that we've done a great job of getting this program set up, in a very expedient manner. And we're excited to have Carrie managing it, knowing that it's in sure hands, and we'll expect to continue to have a lot of work in getting those dollars out the door as quickly as we can and as efficiently as we can going forward. And you'll note in the report, I think $1.1 million have been requested thus far. So we expect that we'll see more requests coming in, and we'll have the ability to be able to report out to you in future meetings on our progress with that. I would mention that within the WRF program more broadly, this more immediate effort was what we've kind of think of as stage one, and that is to create this emergency response fund that we've been able to do. It's focused primarily on low and moderate income folks, and our stage two, which will take more time for us to develop a more comprehensive program, but that is part of our longer term plan. But our priority, at least initially, is to help to respond to the crisis that many of these domestic well owners are facing in parts of the state. So there'll be more again about the program, both in terms of the emergency response as well as the broader program build out over time. So moving on, the groundwater allocation modernization work, the policy update, in the spirit of Commissioner Quemp's, this fits within a theme within the Commission's strategic plan around modernization. And in recent years, we've made significant strides in modernizing a number of different program areas. We started off focusing on some of our public safety areas. And I think in 2019, made a major step in updating our dam safety program. And in 2021, our well construction program, both of those areas we consider to be public safety areas for the agency, and we're very excited to have made progress there. Of course, for a number of years now, the Commission has placed groundwater and groundwater management as a very high priority with the agency. We've done a lot around that in terms of strengthening our capacity to be able to update and have more comprehensive data associated with groundwater around the state. But also in recent times, you have asked us to prioritize updating and modernizing our groundwater allocation policy. So Doug is available if you have any questions about that, but we do have some information in the report that talks about the process that we have lined out in the coming months, starting with some outreach. We think it's going to be really important to help inform, help the public understand what we're contemplating, and to receive feedback from folks around the state to help inform our thought process that will then lead into a more formal rulemaking approach that will take place going into next year. So I'll maybe pause there and see if there are any questions about that program, or see if Doug has anything to add around that.
Well,
Yeah, Doug, please.
okay, thank you, Chair Reeves. So yes, and in the director's report, it really focuses on the public engagement process that we are working on right now, which is a handful of meetings around the state, really about presenting the department's direction that provided from the Commission that we update this groundwater allocation policy. And in so doing, we are structuring these meetings that it's a dialogue with the public. We are providing the information that we have, but we're looking for input from the public too, across a wide variety of interests, to really take in that information to help guide us in what new rules would look like around groundwater allocation. And so that is specifically about the new rules process, and that is moving forward. Again, we presented at the last commission meeting that likely we will be before the commission with rules for adoption in spring of 2023. We have a lot of work to undertake in between now and then to get there. But there is other direction provided by the commission in the last couple of meetings, and that is particularly the last meeting, where since this was going to not be, the rules were not going to be available by the end of 2022, but were pushed into 2023. The question came up, what are you doing in the interim? And so we have taken a long and hard look at our process from start to finish in receiving a groundwater application and having a groundwater review. And as you are aware, as we've talked in previous meetings, sometimes these groundwater reviews result in a finding that it cannot be determined whether the aquifer is over appropriated. And yet the department may still issue that permit. And the behind the scenes on that is that there are multiple findings that our groundwater staff make as they're doing a review of an application in a very specific geographic locality. And it may result that we do not have local information in that immediate vicinity to help us understand whether water is available, meaning whether it's over appropriated, whether the aquifer is stable. And so they're checking the box, cannot be determined. But later on, in another finding in that same form, there's an evaluation as to whether the use would be within the capacity of the resource. And so that box may get checked, yes, it will likely be within the capacity of the resource without injury to other users. We in the department have been taking this kind of mixed messaging here and making a finding that water is available because the finding of is within the capacity of the resource is checked, or will likely be in the capacity of the resource. We've taken a hard look at that, and those are not equal. Capacity of the resource does not equate to water is available, does not equate to is not over appropriated. And so in looking at this, we are moving towards a process whereby when we have this fact case of we do not have the information to make a finding that water is available, we are making the finding that the presumption that the welfare, safety, and health is not made, that presumption will not be made, and that needs to be made statutorily. Water is available is a standalone finding, and it's one of the four presumptions and four pieces of the presumption. And if we cannot make that, then we cannot make the finding that the presumption is found, is satisfied, and therefore there will be a recommendation for denial rather than recommendation for approval. This then puts the application in the process of where the applicant will have the opportunity to protest that finding and provide additional information, or provide additional information or protest the finding. So that is where we are at. We do not anticipate that, and there could be that one-off that's out there, but I will tell you, we do not anticipate that the department will, in this interim process, be issuing new permits where we've made the finding that we cannot make a determination that it's over appropriated. Now, keep in mind, this is an interim process. This is just until we can get new rules, and we understand that we have some the need to clarify some of our rules that right now are seem to be kind of opaque and causes some of this confusion. So we would like to clean those up as well. So that's our process in the interim moving forward. I know the commission has had some interest in this, and it's been a lot of deep research into this process and at each of these steps. So I wanted to provide you that update in where we are at today.
Thank you, Doug. I think that's very good news from my perspective. Do other commissioners have questions or Commissioner Lee?
Yes, Doug, I was wondering what the flow of applications looks like. How many are you seeing regularly on average?
Very good question, Commissioner Lee. I don't know if I have an answer on the overall flow of applications. I can tell you that before us today, there's probably, we have quite a few applications in backlog that are needing review. So there's that pile there. And by that, I mean, gosh, Justin's, you can kick me later. I think it's a couple of hundred applications that are in queue for review. Apologize if I didn't get that exactly right, but there's likely roughly 50 of them that will be part of this interim process, I think, that may be implicated in this cannot be determined piece. So I don't know if that helps you, Commissioner Lee. I can research or get the numbers for you as to, you know, how many applications we're receiving a month right now, if that is where your question is going.
No, I think what you've just related is satisfactory. Thanks.
Okay.
Other questions for Tom or Doug on this groundwater allocation item? Commissioner Mall?
Not really a question, just as much as a commendation. I think that's a courageous move. I think it's necessary. But I know that the department will come under a fire from reasonably frustrated people because it's change. And I suspect that in the rulemaking that begins now and continues into the spring, there will be similar need to do that. So I just want to commend you on taking that sort of step and giving clarity to folks from the get-go. So expectations don't get built up, only to be met with confusion. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Mull. If I can just add one more piece here to that, that your comment sparked for me. When we dug into this, it was very important that we be able to, if we're going to have anything that looks like it's a little different process, is it legal? Are we within our statutes and within our rules? And we think we are. We're making no short-term changes in any of our guiding documents here that cause us any concern here. And so we think we're actually in a better position defending the decision that the presumption is not made when we cannot make a determination that water is available, than defending a decision that, yes, this permit can be issued even though we did not make a standalone decision that water is available. So just wanted to give that background there.
Commissioner Wolf?
Yes, my question was, the comment was made that if they determine water is not available, now they have an avenue to not issue that based on water being available. So my question is, are the metrics within which you determine that there is water available, and I'm probably just verbally confused the two, that are those metrics, when were they last updated, and do you feel that they're a good fit for current situations if more than the standalone metric that there's water immediately available is met?
Commissioner Wolf, that's a very good question. The rules and statutes have been in place for a good while. And as I mentioned earlier, the rules are not necessarily the bastion of clarity. And so We think that as part of our modernization process, we need to take a good look at our existing rules and make sure that they're clear, they're transparent, how they align with each other, because there are lots of factors that come into play, but yet they don't always seem to fit nicely. And so we want to go into this with an idea of more transparency and clarity in updating these rules.
Oh, and I'd just like to commend you in that effort.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to just add that I like the approach that you're taking in the larger rulemaking context of doing some listening sessions first, the kinds of things that you laid out here. I've been really worried about how long it's going to take to get this rule in place. So, balancing the process that needs to happen. So I'm just really very happy to hear that the department has decided to change course slightly on the allocation decision when you can't determine whether water is available. I don't have concerns about that. I think as you say, it's a more defensible position than granting the right when you can't determine whether water is available. So I applaud what you're doing and go forth and do good. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Smitherman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just want to jump in and again, just say thank you to you, Doug, and to the department for working on this and so quickly. This is a big change, but I believe that it is necessary going forward, given the current condition of our groundwater. And thank you for your explanation, your description of what you're looking at going forward. I think that was a good description. And I'm really looking forward to the meetings that are coming up because I'd like to hear from the public. So I do plan to attend the one that's in Medford, just to let you know.
Very good.
Okay, I think I don't see any more hands up. So Tom, if you want to move on to the next item.
Great. Thank you, commissioners. And thanks, Doug, for the briefing on that. Great questions. And just an example of, again, referencing our strategic plan and our theme around modernization. There's plenty to do there. And but each step it can be a lot of work. And this is definitely an example of an area that is in need of some updating. But we recognize that it's not a flipping a switch. It's a process. And so we appreciate the feedback and the leadership from the commissioners on this, and certainly appreciate Doug's leadership and all the staff work that's associated with it.
Tom, I'm sorry. I had one more question related to the groundwater allocation question, which is that it is not on the list of the department's current, and I don't think it is anyway, current and anticipated rulemaking. And I think we should put it on there, unless this is only ones that have already gotten going. Maybe that's why it's not on here yet. Something to consider.
Something to consider.
Okay. Thanks.
Raquel might have a response on that one. I see she's popped up on the screen. Go ahead, Raquel.
Chair Reeves, commissioners, I'll take a look at that report. I don't think I saw it. And maybe it's an old version because I remember adding it months ago. So we'll take a look and confirm. But if it's not on there, I think it's
Okay.
just inadvertent.
Well, maybe it's here and I'm missing it the way it's described, but I read over it twice and I didn't see it, so I don't know. But anyway, I just wanted to call it to your attention.
Right.
Thank you.
We appreciate that, Chair Reeves, and we'll get that fixed if it's missing. Next item is around drought. I see we have Ryan Andrews, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but Ryan is our lead person around drought. You've heard from him before. My sense with drought, not to repeat everything that's in the report that you have, or the paragraph that you have around this, is that indeed we are suffering drought conditions, and many counties, I think 17 counties, have declared drought emergencies. Not a good situation, clearly, and a difficult situation for many folks around the state. In some ways, not as bad as we feared it might be. However, if you turn the clock back to March, I think we were pretty darn concerned that this would have been a statewide implications around drought conditions. And of course, the cool and wet spring made a bit of a difference, especially in the northern part of the state and the Willamette Valley, but we still are suffering in some areas. And of course, the thing for us all to be paying attention to are these longer temporal periods and the cumulative effects of dry years, and how they can impact areas like Southern Oregon and Southeast Oregon, and where these can be really challenging situations when you start to look at them over a longer period of time. So I'll pause and see if there are any questions that I or Ryan can respond to, if you have anything around drought. If not, let's keep moving then.
I don't see any. Oh, do I have a question? No, I thought maybe Woody did. Okay.
Rarely does a director's report go by that we don't reference the Klamath Basin, and always a lot going on there. You're probably kept apprised of some of it just by the news because of the dire situation there. Of course, this is an area of real chronic scarcity, and where it clearly many interests and demands and needs for water exceed what water is available. And it's not a new situation, but it is a tough situation, made even more difficult because of the varied interests. You've got two states, the federal government. You've got federally endangered, listed endangered species, multiple species at different parts of the basin, and multiple different interests pulling at a scarce resource. So I'm saying the obvious to all of you here, but wanted to point that out and maybe put on your radar screen that while it continues to be active on many levels that we have experienced for some time now, we continue to work on the adjudication. We continue to find ourselves in the middle of litigation, both at the state level and at the federal level. But we also are taking a new turn that I wanted to point out to you that is an important one, and I think will involve more work and future conversations going forward. And that has to do with groundwater in the area. And one of the concerns that we've certainly seen in the last year plus is the concern about dropping aquifer levels in the Bureau project area, where many irrigators have their lands that they apply water to. And we saw, many dry wells, domestic dry wells occur because of the demands put on the aquifer system. And we have been tracking groundwater declines in the basin for some time now with some concern. We continue to have those concerns going into this year. We didn't, as a reminder, with I think one exception, didn't allow emergency groundwater uses in the basin this year to respond to our concerns about the many dry wells, domestic dry wells that occurred. But we also are very aware and interested in what's happening on the other side of the border in California. From a groundwater use standpoint, given that those groundwater resources are a shared resource by and large. And we know, in talking to many of the local folks on the Oregon side of the border that live in the area, they're paying attention to what's happening in California and are concerned about fairness in terms of how groundwater is being used relative to the two states. Now, that's a complicated matter. Two different states, two different jurisdictions, two different management regimes. But I wanted to put on your radar screen that you may be aware that California only recently legislated management authority over groundwater. And for many, many years, there really was no state authority over groundwater, which created a big problems in the area of overuse and land subsidence that you may have seen in the news over the years. The California legislature did adopt a program, and that program has been in progress. And part of what is involved with that, and I don't know the details, and I pardon my kind of rough explanation of it, but it really revolves around local areas, the kind of regions developing long-term management plans around groundwater, and that those then go through a review and approval process at the state level, and then they will be tracked over time based on whether those areas can manage the resource along the lines that they had planned. And we recently, the department recently commented on the plan developed in the Tule Lake area, which abuts the Oregon-California border, and had concerns about the terms by which that plan was looking at and viewing groundwater resources. And we felt pretty strongly that they were not appreciating the decline concerns that we have on the Oregon side of the border. So we've weighed in with some public comment and are starting conversations with the state of California around how we might work more collaboratively around groundwater management between the two states. I say that to put this on your radar screen. It is not a simple matter. It is probably a long path ahead of us, but I wanted to put it on your radar screen because I think it's significant for you to be aware that the issues, already complex and multifaceted issues of water management in the Klamath Basin, I think, are taking a significant new turn in terms of our now more fine interest around groundwater management as well. So again, longer path ahead, but I do think that this is a significant development, and it's an important development. And my hope is that we can develop a strong communication and coordination with the state of California going forward. That was more long-winded than I intended to be, and I know Doug has been working on this issue more directly than I have, and I'll maybe pause to see if there are any commissioner questions or if Doug has anything to add.
I don't see any commissioner hands up. Doug, did you have anything to add?
No, Commissioner Reeves. I think Tom covered it well.
I did have one question. Oh, and Commissioner Mall has a question too. I'll just ask real quick. Did you say, is this a state plan or is it a local plan that the state is going to eventually sign off on, or who's running that show?
I believe it's a local plan, whatever scale they develop in California,
Okay.
that's been reviewed and approved at the state level.
At the state level. Okay. Commissioner Mall, did you have a question?
If related, I'm just curious who on our side engages. At what level is this discussion going to happen? Is this something that you take on, Doug, or?
Yes, Commissioner Mall. Actually, I can report that we have had our first contact with the state of California over this very issue of the transboundary groundwater. Tom Paul, Ivan Gall, and myself and Raquel met with counterparts for the state of California Water Resources Department, their deputy director level and their counsel and some of their technical staff, and had a very nice conversation about, well, first of all, just introductions across the state line to each other, a general agreement that we want to continue these conversations. We talked about the issues that we're observing on both sides of the state line. And we talked about state authorities as well. So we talked about what authorities we have to either issue or limit groundwater development and what our practice has been over the last decade or so. California did the same thing, but the state of California does not have the authority. They don't actually permit the use. And what I learned yesterday was interesting, is that the permit for drilling a well is done at the county level. And as we heard yesterday, it's very much, if the county determines that the land is appropriately zoned, so if it's an agricultural use, it's zoned agriculture, then they get a permit to drill a well. There's no evaluation as to water availability or injury or interactions with surface water, groundwater, anything like that. So we have our challenges on our side of the state line. They definitely have their challenges on their side. But we've agreed to get back together soon and start talking through what opportunities may lie ahead.
I appreciate your use of the words first contact. It sort of feels like Close Encounters of the Third Kind in a very foreign sort of system there. Yikes. Thanks.
Yeah. I did not realize this about the regulatory situation in California. I don't know how I've come this far without knowing that, but I'm really kind of shocked. I'm shocked. So anyway.
Well, Chair Reeves and Commissioners, again, Tom Byler, I do think, given my tenure, my short tenure, I can talk about this without feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. But I do think that cross-border management is going to become a bigger and bigger issue for the Oregon Water Resources Department of the state of Oregon, not only on our southern border, but our northern border. As you know, this era of scarcity continues. The need for water is not going to stop. And we're going to have to set up situations where we can figure out how to co-manage the resource that that doesn't recognize the jurisdictional boundaries of these state lines.
Mm-hmm.
So those are going to be really important conversations going forward. I think that are going to be in progress both with the state of Washington and with the state of California. Couple more items, if I may, before I close. Just not within the report that you have in front of you, but I wanted to give you a quick update on a couple of important work groups that are in progress. One is the Regional Water Planning and Management Work Group. This group is really been an interesting group to work with for a number of reasons. One, the subject matter, where they're really looking at a very broad look at how Oregon might best support regional planning for water, integrated water planning, and with kind of looking at it very comprehensive. This is not just a discussion around what do you need to do to plan, but how do you develop a community and engage a community adequately and comprehensively? How do you provide the support for that group to do the work needed around planning? And then just as importantly, how do you help that group, or to what extent do you help that group start to move that plan into action and start to develop priorities and projects to implement that plan? And what's the role of the state in all of that? And so this group has been taking a very big picture look at that. And it's a large group. And I would say it's a significant group because it's a broader table, perhaps, than we've seen with our issues in the past. And I think it's exciting to me, especially with racial justice, environmental justice issues are more firmly represented than we've seen in the past. And we very much welcome the presence of those voices. But it also means that we've got folks who are kind of differently situated in terms of their knowledge base and their history with our issues. So it's been a challenge to kind of bring everyone up to speed and kind of at the same level. But work group members have done a good job of absorbing a lot of information and are now really starting to roll up their sleeves to develop recommendations. Our hope is that a report from the work group will be out by the end of the year. And there's a meeting, I think September 6th next week, where they're really going to be the rubber is really going to start hitting the road in terms of looking at pretty specific recommendations and getting feedback from the group around where there's consensus and where there's not. So I'm excited about that group, and I look forward to their product by the end of the year. Another really important work group is it's a task force, I guess officially, is the tribes, the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon, and Oregon state agencies have been meeting in a task force setting. They have met 3 or 4 times now, and have really been kind of in an informational mode, where each agency and each tribe at these half-day meetings has been providing information about who they are, what they do, what their interests are, et cetera, and allowed for some conversation. And that group too, much like the regional water planning work group, is starting to make the pivot towards, okay, folks, we've all heard from each other. What are some of the issues that we should be thinking about, and maybe making some recommendations to both the governor, the new governor, the legislature, and to the tribal governmental entities, as well as the state in general. Some of the themes that have been popping up in the context of those conversations are around consultation and communication. How can we make sure that agencies are providing the right level of communication at the right time with tribal governments? What does it mean to do consultation? I think there's various shades of what that might look like. And I think it could be a ripe area for some conversation about providing a little more clarity around that. Co-management issues have come up within the context of that group. Restoration work associated with natural resources has come up. Outreach, education, communication, better understanding and integration of cultural values within the kind of the state lens, and understanding those issues. So there's really a wide array of topics that have come out through these conversations. It's been very gratifying for me to be part of the conversation, because I think it's just part of this longer evolution of the state of Oregon, really recognizing these sovereign entities, the 9 tribes, and putting our interactions with them on the special footing that deserves. Tribes are not just stakeholders around state issues; they're sovereign entities that and we should be interfacing with them accordingly. So I think that's, again, part of a longer process that's been underway with tribes in the state for some time now. But I'm looking forward to that group developing some recommendations that will be hopefully available by the end of the calendar year, to help inform the new governor and deliberations of the legislature if necessary. I would mention that Commissioner Quemps sits on the tribal task force. We're glad to have him participate in that. And I think I'll stop there and see if there are any questions about the last 2 items that I presented on, or any other items before you move on.
Any questions for Tom? Commissioner Mall?
At least one question and a comment. For that regional water planning work group, we may already have this, but perhaps it's just a request of Nirvana. I'd be curious to know who sits on that. I assume it's seated and they're consistent, but I'd be curious to know who that is. The comments were just overall for the entire report. Going back to the very beginning, I started that whole question of setting aside some grant funds for the place-based planning program, as well as this question of when I posed it, it was, can we not give staff some discretion to make those adjustments when budgets change and that sort of thing? And I apologize for sending staff on what looks like a pretty deep dive into rules and that sort of thing. And I guess at the same time, I'll continue to encourage that, because on one hand, as the report made clear, when there's an emergency, all of a sudden we seem to have discretion. We use the word expediency in that new WARFA program. And I think that for us to turn the corner on many of these issues, we need to bring the same sort of expediency and risk-taking discretion for the more strategic, forward-looking, not simply just in an emergency situation. So I'll continue to advocate and support staff in that role, and hope that culturally, with the update to the integrated water resource strategy that we'll really look forward to diving into quickly soon, that we can convey that, because the speed of the challenges we face are not going to wait for us. So thank you for looking into that. I think there's good opportunities to continue to better inform potential applicants to the grant pool, so that they do understand what kind of flexibility there is, and encourage them, as you said, to build that into applications. And I'll just continue to advocate for those that flexibility and discretion. Damn, Tom, thanks. No more questions.
Other commissioners have questions or comments? Looks like not, Tom. Thank you very much for your, as always, excellent director's report. So I think we're due for a break. What time is it? Let's come back at, are y'all okay? No, let's come back at 11:20. Is that okay? You got it? 11:20. All right, we'll be 5 minutes late then. Thank you. I'll wait a minute till we have more commissioners back before we get started. Excuse me. Okay, I think we probably should go ahead and get back on the agenda. And I apologize to April Snell, who requested public comment on the agenda item C, which was the director's report. And I went to break and forgot to invite her to join us. So April, with my apologies, if you would like to make public comment now, that'd be great.
Thank you, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. For the record, April Snell, Executive Director with the Oregon Water Resources Congress, which represents irrigation districts and similar agricultural water suppliers around the state. Really appreciate the discussion today. I just have a few brief remarks to make on the director's report. First, I do want to say thank you to Director Byler for his service to the Water Resources Department, and I look forward to continuing to engage with him in his next steps down the road where our paths may meet in the water realm. I do think that the department will be in good, capable hands in the interim with Deputy Director Doug Woodcock, who I've had the opportunity to work with in his many positions over the years. And there couldn't be a better pick from the department to help during this interim time. As the commission is well aware, there is a governor's race underway that's hotly contested, and I don't think we're going to know until after the election very clearly who our next governor is, and it will be upon that next governor to select the next director of the Water Resources Department, and hopefully that is someone who can help continue the good work that Director Byler and his team have done, and then help the department move forward in meeting these very complex water management challenges that you guys continue to hear about and heard about today. It's going to be very important for that person to continue to balance between both in-stream and out-of-stream uses and ensure that the department has the tools to provide users and people who enjoy the water resources with the water management flexibility that's needed to meet our increasingly water short times. One of the additional comments that I wanted to make beyond thanking Director Byler for his service is in regards to some of the topics that were in the director's report. We continue to need to have additional funding to help support not only the feasibility and implementation of projects and programs that help improve our aging infrastructure and better manage our scarce resources, but as was discussed, we also need funding to help support communities plan for their water needs. I am one of many members who is serving on the official regional water planning work group that was mentioned. And I am looking forward to that group hopefully yielding some recommendations and other thoughts that can be used to fill what is a huge void at this moment in time, in that we don't have funding or technical resources broadly to support places as they look to plan for their water needs. What form that will take still remains to be unseen, or remains to be seen, but I think we will hopefully, with the vast amount of resources and experience that is at that table, be able to have something to move forward with. In the meantime, the Water Resources Department does have functioning programs to support the feasibility side as well as the implementation side. And I believe you are aware of a public comment that was provided by one of our district members who had some challenges with this last grant cycle with the 839 fund, as we refer to it. But I think as we move forward into the next legislative session and beyond, there is a huge amount of federal investment that is currently on the table to help support water projects in Oregon. And it's going to be important to make sure that the state of Oregon is able to provide resources to support not only my member projects, but other types of valuable water projects as we move forward. Lastly, I just want to mention that as we get deeper into the issues around groundwater, that is an issue that I look forward to engaging in further, but it's going to be important that we're looking for not only management flexibility within the existing water law code, but also seeing where we can support communities in being innovative and coming up with multi-purpose projects that benefit agriculture, communities, and the environment at the same time. And one specific example that I am hopeful that in the coming year we'll be able to have more innovations is around how we can support innovative groundwater projects that also provide benefits more broadly, whether that is helping around domestic well issues or helping replenish aquifers or just having greater flexibility to manage water between business, agriculture, and communities. These are the types of innovations that Oregon needs to be on the forefront of. So with that, I do really appreciate the commissioner's ongoing leadership. You're going to have some work ahead of you. And I also very much appreciate the Water Resources Department staff in making sure that they continue to meet their core mission, as well as help move forward these various innovative ideas. It is a lot of work and a lot of folks are involved, but hopefully we'll create more positive change and ensure that Oregon never looks anything like the things that Commissioner saw down in the California state. So with that, happy to answer any questions, but just wanted to make those brief comments for your consideration.
Thank you, April. Do we, commissioners, have any questions? April, can you clarify, you mentioned a letter from someone in maybe within an irrigation district. Do we have that? I wanted to make sure we have what you're talking about, so.
Yes, and so Arnold Irrigation District, I believe, submitted a written comment regarding a technical issue that they had related to the grant, the 839 grant cycle that's currently available, and requesting that there be a reconsideration of whether another grant cycle could be offered. And without getting into the specifics of that project, and hopefully you guys have that letter before you, they are an example of a district that has federal funding and they're seeking state funding and have a very short window of time in which to garner that state funding in order for this project to be able to move forward. But it's also an example of how there are often very small technical issues that come up with some of these programs that create barriers that really should not exist to these types of projects. And as we get more projects in the pipeline, so to speak, I think we'll run up against additional issues around what is clear in the law and rules and what isn't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it looks like no other questions, comments. Thank you, April, as always, for coming and speaking with us. We have no other public comment on that item, so we can move into project implementation update. And Tom, I think you're leading off.
Yes, Chair Reeves. For the record, Tom Byler with the department. You've heard from the agency numerous times now in terms of our efforts to keep you apprised of the work that we have in front of us associated with implementing the significant new investment in the Water Resources Department that started in the long session in 2021 and was continued in the special session in December of 2021. And I'm going to try to keep my comments very brief because I'm excited about the opportunity for you to hear directly from a number of managers and hear about the programs, the priorities, and the challenges and the progress that's being made within specific programs today. But just as a reminder, we are not taking this new investment in the department for granted. We think it's extremely important to manage this as well as we can. And so we've gone to great lengths to be as strategic and transparent as we can be in terms of how we are approaching taking on this significant workload and the new programs and the new staffing positions that we've received. We've adopted kind of portfolio and project management techniques to help us manage this and help us to develop our priorities and to track and adaptively manage this workload going forward. We regularly meet at the manager level to take stock of how we're doing. And we have a number of different communication tools that we help keep us organized internally and and in addition to help us communicate externally about what we've got on our plates and how we're doing. Some of these tools you've seen in the past. For example, attached to the staff report is the long project list, which has evolved over time. We now have a section that kind of gives you more of a dashboard sense of where that project is at in terms of whether it's meeting expectations or whether it's behind, whether it's been completed. And we also have regular meetings with stakeholders to update them on where things are going and give them a sense of some of the challenges and strengths of the effort that we have underway. We have been meeting regularly, or we've been asked pretty regularly to also brief the legislature on this. So we've got many opportunities to communicate, and we're evolving in terms of our sophistication around this, managing this effort and communicating it. One of the things that we've done more recently is to develop these two-pagers, we call them, for lack of a more clever term, that provide a kind of a section level, and sections are within our organization structure. The sections are units, organizational units within our divisions, within the Water Rights Division, the Field Services Division, et cetera, the Technical Services Division. Many of these divisions have sections, and the leaders of those sections are the managers who oversee those programs and who have been busy for the last year, many of them working hard to bring on staff, let alone work on the different projects associated with that are under their supervision. So today we're going to be hearing from those folks. Before I introduce them, though, I do want to just give you a sense of, and this is based on my math, which is not to be relied on too heavily, but I was looking at the projects list this morning, and there are 78 projects that we've been tracking on this list. And within that list, just to give you a sense of how we're doing, we have 14 projects that are completed. That's about 18% of the total. We have 38 projects that are on track based on the charters and game plans that we've developed for that work. That's 49% of the total is on track. We have 11 that we've designated as concerned. Those are projects that are still on track technically, but we are seeing things that have us concerned about whether we'll be able to keep them on track. That's a way for us to be able to stimulate the conversation that we would need internally to be able to make any adjustments that might help us to keep things moving forward. That 11 is about 14% of the total. And we have 11 projects that are on hold. Those were ones that we determined right at the outset, given the scale and breadth of the work that we had in front of us that we just couldn't move it forward at this time. So that again is another 14% of the total. And then we have 4 projects that we have identified as being behind, which is about 5% of the total. So just to give you a sense of kind of how we're thinking about this and how we're working on that cadre of workload that we have. And of course, I want to be extra clear. That list is not everything that we do by a long shot. It is just those projects that we wanted to highlight associated with these new investments in particular that we have associated with our 2021 budget increases. So with that, let's now pivot, and I would encourage you, as you hear from the managers, to ask questions. This is a great opportunity to engage with our managers around the workload that they're grappling with. You're going to hear first from Dwight French, who you're all familiar with. He is the administrator of the Water Rights Services Division, but also his 2 very capable section managers, Lisa Jaramillo and Katie Ratcliffe, are also going to present on their programs that they're responsible for. And next then we'll go to Justin Iverson, who will provide a snapshot of what's going on in the groundwater section. And then last but not least, you'll hear from Danielle Gonzalez within the director's office, and she leads the policy section. So I'll pass the baton to Dwight, and we can get started. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tom. And good morning, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. For the record, my name is Dwight French. I'm the Water Rights Services Division Administrator.
Good morning, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Katie Ratcliffe, and I've managed our water rights section since April. I transferred from the Oregon Department of Energy last November, and I worked in our protest program prior to this management role. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
And good morning, Chair Reeves and Commissioners. My name is Lisa Jaramillo, and I manage the Transfer and Conservation section.
All right, let's see. I can't see the slides. So I don't know if it's just because we have a slideshow for this.
Dwight, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. This is Nirvana for the record.
Okay,
I'm going
perfect.
to share my screen and get you going here. Take me just a second to get.
Welcome, Katie.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can you see the slides?
Yeah, I can. That's great. And
Okay, perfect.
Next slide, the second slide, please.
Alrighty.
All right. Thank you. Dwight French again for the division. And I'm going to give a quick, let's see, the second slide did not come through, and it didn't come through when I tried to print it either. So I don't know what's going on with the SharePoint, PowerPoint, but I'll get to this slide in a minute, and I'll verbally describe to you the second slide. Okay, I'm gonna, before I kind of get into it deeply, I'm gonna give you a quick overview of the Water Rights Services Division. We have, Katie supervises the Water Rights section, and Lisa supervises the Transfer and Conservation section. So blessed and glad to have them on my team. We work really well together. And I think of these 3 sections or work groups as kind of interlocking spheres or groups. There's a lot of overlap in how we work on things and share resources, including support resources, for example. And a lot of our work just crosses kind of back and forth. We have about 33 folks in the division right now, and we are adding new folks as we speak, and we'll talk about that. So I'm going to talk a little bit first about some of the division's activities that I directly supervise. Then Katie will talk about the water rights section, and Lisa, the transfer and conservation section. Okay, so on the slide here are these 4 areas that I supervise. That's the certificates, hydroelectric, extension of time for water right permits, and our protest section or group. So 2 of these areas that I've underlined have increased funding by the legislature this biennium, and I'll kind of highlight those. The certificate section is part of the water rights backlog reduction program. This project has increased staff in the certificates area, Lisa's transfer group, and Katie's water rights group. For the work in the certificate group, we normally have 4 regular full-time staff plus some support help, and we are currently adding 4 more. The current certificate backlog is 1,061 as of yesterday. Based on the funding, we anticipate that the water right backlog reduction project throughout our whole division is about an 18-month project. So the funding is from ARPA money that the legislature provided to us. It can be spent, that ARPA money can be spent through the summer of 2024, which will be much longer than the funding will run out before then. But we'll need permission from the legislature to extend the spending into the next biennium, because we have less than a year left in this biennium. Also included in these things that I supervise is our hydroelectric section, which we would normally have 2 FTE, but Mary Graney, who you met several times over the past couple of years working on those Division 54 rules, finally just totally retired. She was a temporary staff for about a year, and she has left the building, so to speak. And extensions of time for water right permits has 1 FTE. Now, in our protest group, the legislature allocated some additional general fund money to reduce the backlog of protested water right files. We call this project our Protest Backlog Reduction Project. Our protest program normally has 1 FTE, but because of the funding for this biennium, we have 2. And also, with the additional funding, the Department of Justice and the Office of Administrative Hearings have assigned additional staff for this project, while we see how much of a dent we can make in the backlog this biennium. And we are making a positive impact already. Since the start of the biennium, 11 protested files have received final orders, and we've referred 37 protested files to the Office of Administrative Hearings. We're on track to have a record biennium, at least in the past 12 biennia, in terms of how many cases we've resolved. And in the first year of the biennium, we referred more cases to the department, to the Office of Administrative Hearings than we have ever referred in any one biennia. However, we started the biennium with 125 active files that were protested. And this is a combination of water right application for permit files, transfer files, and extension of time files that are all protested and are part of this project. So we started with 125 files, but and we've reduced that by 11. But so far this biennium, we've received 113 new in-stream water right protests and 6 other protests, bringing our current backlog as of yesterday to 253. So we're working hard with extra funding, making great progress, but our backlog has doubled. This just underscores that we have a lot of work to do in this area, and we need increased funding into the future. Next slide, please. Thank you. We wanted to talk about not just what we're working on, but things that we're not working on, and some challenges that we might be having in our work. For the programs that I supervise, we are not starting any new adjudications. We simply do not have the staff resources or the Department of Justice resources that we would need to start, let alone finish, new adjudications. Looking at the map on this slide, the white areas represent those areas of the state that have not been adjudicated, and that darkest area down towards the bottom is the Klamath Basin adjudication, where a lot of the department's work is wrapped up. It's with the circuit court in Klamath Falls, and it's technically still an adjudication that's still underway. It'll probably take several years to get that resolved. Next slide, please.
Dwight? Dwight?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is Meg Reeves. Do you want us to hold questions until you're all the way through, or should we speak up as we
I
go?
think it'd be best if you'd wait till all three of us are done, because some of what we're going to talk about kind of overlaps with each other.
Okay, that sounds good. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. We've got a couple challenges across each of our 3 sections that I just wanted to mention so that we don't all 3 end up talking about them, but these couple of challenges here on the screen are common to our 3 sections. First, we're off to a late start on our water right backlog project work, because after the legislature allocated the ARPA money, the Department of Administrative Services told us that we had to justify that spending the money on the backlog work was consistent with the federal ARPA guidelines. So we did that, and it took a while. In fact, it took until last spring to get an answer from the federal government and DAS that it did meet the ARPA guidelines. So we had to get that before we could start the recruitment. But by that time, our recruitment across the department was hot and heavy with a whole bunch of priority recruitments. So we had to wait in line. We are actively recruiting now, have started to fill some positions. In fact, when Katie gets off the call, she's going to be in some more interviews for the rest of the day. And so we're looking forward to bringing some more folks online. Another challenge for the division is how best to use this extra staffing in the certificate, water rights, and transfer areas. Again, this backlog reduction project is going to last 18 months, span 2 bienniums, 2 different biennium. It normally takes several months, at least, maybe a year, to get new people fully trained in water rights certificate and transfer work. But we just don't have that much time to bring these people fully on board. So we're going to specialize the training of our new staff so they become experts, not on the whole process that they work in, but some smaller portion. So for example, in the water rights section, we'll hire 1 person to specialize only on groundwater applications filed in the Willamette Basin. That's enough workload to keep them busy for 18 months, but that kind of specialization means we don't have to train them to process 5 different types of applications that span the whole state. And we'll do this kind of work assignment in each area so that we can get the most work done for the dollars that we have available. So next slide, please. And I think I'm going to hand it off to Katie.
Thank you, Dwight. Chair Reeves and Commissioners, for the record again, this is Katie Ratcliffe. I fill one of the 10 positions in the water rights section. When fully staffed and inclusive of the federally funded limited duration positions, we would have 5 caseworkers processing water right applications. These include groundwater applications, surface water applications, and applications to store water in a reservoir or pond. These also include applications for aquifer storage and recovery to store water underground, and in-stream water rights, which may be requested by certain state agencies. One of our other natural resource specialists processes other requests related to water use, including applications for limited licenses and road watering. She also processes requests for assignments, for example, to change the name of a permit holder. Underpinning everything we do is the need to provide good customer service and engage with our external stakeholders. Our 2 customer service representatives receive applications. Our office specialist enters data from those applications and helps produce our public notice. And all section members respond to customer inquiries. The caseworkers and I additionally coordinate with Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, and Oregon Department of Agriculture in processing and reviewing applications. Next slide, please. Like other parts of the Water Rights Services Division, the Water Rights section is working on backlog reduction and recruitment. We have roughly 500 pending water right applications and only 2 caseworkers currently to process those applications. We're optimistic that the federal funds provided for 2 limited duration caseworkers will help us make progress on backlog reduction. However, as Dwight mentioned, funding for those positions is only expected to last about 18 months, and it takes time for staff to learn a process and become proficient in processing water right applications. At the same time, we are also short on other staff resources. 2 staff in our section have recently been promoted to other positions in the division. Therefore, in addition to recruiting for the 2 limited duration caseworker positions, we will also be recruiting for 1 support staff position, 1 customer service position, and the open lead caseworker position. What this means is that we're in the process of recruiting for 5 out of 10 positions in our section. We're fortunately seeing robust interest from applicants who want to work in water resources. Thank you for your time. I will now turn the presentation over to Lisa Jaramillo. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Katie. For the record, this is Lisa Jaramillo. And as I mentioned earlier, I manage the transfer and conservation section, and we like to call ourselves TACS. We're responsible for implementing a variety of programs that cover 4 main areas. The first is transfers, and we process several different flavors of transfers, anywhere from permanent to temporary transfers or drought transfers. Those transfers are submitted by applicants that are requesting to make changes to existing water rights. We also take care of the stream flow restoration and conservation related programs, which include permanent in-stream transfers and temporary in-stream leases, allocations of conserved water, water management and conservation plans, and registrations of reclaimed municipal water use. And we're also responsible for tracking, maintaining, and reporting on the Deschutes Basin Groundwater Mitigation Program. Next slide, please. So our top priorities in TACS this biennium include working to reduce the transfer application backlog. And as of June 30th of this year, we had 326 pending transfer applications. I think when I looked a few days ago, we were at 332. So this workload is a part of the ARPA-funded water right backlog reduction project that Dwight mentioned. Also, as mentioned earlier, it can be challenging to effectively implement a backlog reduction project in a limited amount of time. So first, it takes time to recruit and hire new staff. Then once hired, they have to be onboarded and trained. And to train as efficiently as possible, TAX is also using the specialized approach so that each backlog reduction caseworker will be learning how to evaluate and process a specific type of transfer. So for example, one will be working on permit amendment applications, and one will be working on groundwater registration modification applications. We expect that this training phase will take up at least the first 3 months to get going. And then during this time, we won't see a lot of contribution to reducing the backlog. But in about month 4, we feel that it's about at that time that new caseworkers start producing some final orders and begin making a positive impact on reducing that backlog. Another tax priority is working on recruitments. So we are in the process of hiring 4 new transfer caseworkers who two of those are permanent positions that were vacated by staff promoting to another position. And then 2 of them are associated with the backlog reduction effort, but all 4 will be contributing to attacking those numbers, the number of pending transfer applications. 3 of these positions are close to being finalized and are actually being filled by internal staff promoting into these positions. So again, this creates the need for another layer of recruiting and hiring new staff to backfill or take over those vacant positions left behind by those recently promoted staff. So this is the case in tax in other areas as well. So due to job rotation and promotional opportunities, we also have the need to backfill 3 positions, 3 other positions. So there's a water conservation analyst, a stream flow restoration technician, and a support staff person. So we've got 7 positions we're working on filling right now. Next slide, please. Our top priorities also include participating along with the policy section in the transfers of storage work group, which will address changes in the place of storage and point of diversion associated with certificated storage rights. And this work has to get underway before the end of this year. And we'll also be assisting the policy section with 2023 legislative concepts for transfers of storage. And this is a placeholder right now and will likely be informed by the work group I just mentioned. And we've also got a split season in-stream leasing legislative concept. Next slide, please. So the projects we have on hold, this is mainly due to lack of capacity and other priorities. We've got several projects on hold, which include some rulemaking efforts that we're unable to move forward on at this time. So we've got our Division 77 in-stream rules, some rulemaking for reclaimed municipal water use registrations. We'd like to do some rulemaking on our transfer rules, and also updating the portion of Division 86 dealing with agricultural water management and conservation plans. We've also had to hold off on updating the agricultural water management and conservation plan guidebook, which is aimed at assisting these agricultural water suppliers with preparation of a plan. And then we're also holding off on finalizing a template to aid small municipal water suppliers in preparing their own water management and conservation plan. So some education and outreach projects that we'd like to make progress at sometime in the future. Next slide, please. So that is what we had prepared for you today, and if we'd be happy to take any questions if you have some for us at this time.
Thank you, Dwight, Lisa, and Katie. That was an excellent presentation. Are there questions from any? I see Commissioner Lee's hand is up.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. I really like the idea and support the specialized sectioning when you're processing applications. That's really efficient and expedites training. The question I had was, is there a report that will go to the legislature, and what do you think that will look like?
So Chair Reeves and members of the commission, thank you, Commissioner Lee, for your question. Yeah, we'll want to be preparing a progress report on the two projects that I mentioned, both the water right backlog reduction project and the protest project, for the commission as we enter the session. Even though we won't be done with the projects yet, we'll want to impress upon them how well we're doing. And for the protest backlog, we'll want to make ask or give them an opportunity to fund that in the next biennium, because obviously with the numbers, we need it. We've done some good work with the money, but there's a lot more work to do. And then with the water right project, we'll be about halfway through the 18 months and really just getting going with the new staff. But we'll be asking the legislature to, at a minimum, continue the ARPA money into the next biennium. So we keep careful track of the numbers and little bits of stories about how we're doing, and so that so we can share that with the legislature. And I would imagine that we'll write a end of project report, just kind of to close out the charter, so that we can always look back later and not just see the interim report that went to the legislature in the middle of the projects, but the final project as well.
Oh, thank you.
I hope that goes a ways towards answering your question.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Mall.
Yeah, I second that. Very helpful and encouraging. And Dwight, it's great to hear the, I think, appropriate level of pride in your voice that you all are making progress. It's a huge mountain to climb. Is it fair to assume that going to the legislature to get the ARPA money rolled into the next biennium is pretty no-brainer, or is that something where commission voices would help and is necessary to support?
Chair Reeves and Commissioner Mull, I don't know if that's if I'm the best person to answer that. We hope it's just moving that money, right through. They've already allocated it to us.
Okay.
I imagine it would take some kind of action on their part to reallocate it, to take it away from us and reallocate it to somebody else.
Just keep us posted on that, because
Yeah, you bet.
That's critical, and I don't want that to be overlooked. And it seems like the kind of thing we could help with. My other question is, and I apologize, I'm a little obtuse here. When you described a pretty significant number of in-stream water right protests, which direction is that? Is that someone protesting a withdrawal based on harm to an in-stream right, I assume?
Yeah, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Mull. Yeah, the department earlier in this biennium, we issued 150 proposed final orders on a new batch of in-stream water right applications that were filed about a year earlier by ODF&W. All these applications were in the Umpqua Basin. And not all of them, or excuse me, maybe it was the South Coast. Katie, I wonder if you can give me a thumbs up. So not all of them were protested, but 113 out of 150 were. A significant, it was the Umpqua, because a significant number of the protests came from Douglas County, which was a little surprising. We also got a handful of other protested files from other entities, but we are already we had already started some work with ODF&W and the Department of Justice on a group of about 13 in-stream water right applications that have been protested many years before in Eastern Oregon on tributaries to the Snake River. So we're really working on those, and we need to wait for a little capacity to open up before we can spend time on some of these new ones. There might be an opportunity for some settlement discussions at least, and maybe we can, find some common ground so those, wouldn't need hearings in the future. It's a little too early to tell. When you first get a protest, you don't really know what it's about yet. Sometimes it's a misunderstanding of what the application is about, and sometimes it goes much deeper than that, and can take quite a while to sort through with even a contested case hearing. And sometimes, like the East Valley case, after that a trip to the Water Resources Commission. So these all take either a little time or a lot of time. We just have to get into it to figure it out.
So is that something that the new water restoration or the restored water restoration specialist position would attend to, or is that totally unrelated?
Chair Reeves and Commissioner Mull, that's unrelated for the most part. I mean, when one of these, if by the time we get to working on the Umpqua, it's possible that there might be a South Coast or Umpqua Basin policy person like we have now in a couple of our other basins that we could use to to begin discussions or settlement negotiations. But really the protest work, or in this case protest backlog reduction, is mostly taken care of in the Water Rights Services Division by staff that I supervise. But when we get hot and heavy into a contested case hearing, we'll pull in whatever experts we need from throughout the department. That could be water rights, water masters, groundwater staff, surface water hydrology staff, dam safety experts, kind of you name it, depending on what the application is about.
Thank you. I have to say that's concerning.
So Dwight or Lisa or Katie, I guess you guys can decide who wants to answer my question, but or respond. But I'm wondering a couple things. One is just is there like a number? And I recognize there might not be, of if I were to apply today to transfer a water right, when I might get to a proposed answer on that. But that was one question. And then the other is just, I know that, or I think I know that the complexity of our processes is, it's a real thing. It really, it takes a lot of time to get through these processes. And I feel like, the department has been looking at this for a long time about, where is the bottleneck? Is there something we can do to make this more efficient? And obviously for the, well, I guess it's not obvious, but I think for the applications already in the queue, that's kind of, you go with the process that's in place when you start. But, going forward, whether there's anything we could do to modify the processes to make this more of an efficient process. And I know that this conversation, I think I know, has been going on for a long time. And maybe at some point you have to just say, this is the process. It would take us years to change it, and we have to deal with what's in front of us right now. So really the first question is just, is there a kind of how long something takes? And then the second question is more of a strategic, I guess, about the best way to try to deal with these backlogs.
Okay, Chair Reeves, appreciate the question. Lisa, why don't you talk about the prediction of transfers, and then I'll provide a word on efficiency.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Chair Reeves and commissioners, with a transfer application, I hate to say this, but it depends.
No, I believe that.
Yeah, it depends upon what type of transfer it is. But generally with a permanent water right transfer, we're going to fall into two main categories. There's a surface water transfer and there's a groundwater transfer. They're generally running right now, because we are down a couple permanent caseworkers. They're running between probably 12 and 18 months. And then if you add in the time for a groundwater review, and this is checking on injury to other groundwater users, that adds some time on top of that. So the groundwater transfers typically take longer than a surface water transfer. And we're checking in with the local water master. If it's surface water, we're checking in with ODFW as it pertains to fish screens. And then, like I said, if it's groundwater, we're checking in with our groundwater section. And then the process in and of itself for a transfer is a 3-step process where we review the application, do our initial evaluation, input all the information we've gotten from our other areas, and then we have a communication with the applicant and we say, this is our draft preliminary determination. So they have up to 30 days to look that over. And if it's something where we have to add a condition in order to approve it, they can tell us if they agree or not. If they agree, then we move on to a preliminary determination. And at that point, we notice it on our public notice. If it's involves a character of use change or a point of diversion change that's greater than a 1/4 mile, then we also have to do a newspaper notice twice a week or once a week for 2 consecutive weeks in a local newspaper. And the process right now is we have to put together a bid, publish a request for publication from the newspaper, and they tell us, they give us a quote for how much that's going to cost. Then we go back to the applicant and say, this is what it's going to cost. They pay us, then we pay the newspaper. So there's a little inefficiency there. And that's by statute. Once those publications are done and the noticing is done, there's a 30-day protest period. And after all of that, if everything's in order, and we haven't received any protests, then we can issue a final order.
Well, and
Thanks a lot.
and Chair Reeves, just a little bit on efficiency. We have done a lot of work over the years on different efficiency seeking techniques to see if we can speed certain things up in our processes. And we're always making better use of our IT resources. And just to look at the process and how it works today versus how it worked in 1992 versus 1996 to now, huge difference. One other thing I'd mention is that Governor Kulongoski challenged departments to get rid of red tape and work with the legislature to introduce bills to streamline, state government, whatever we could do. And so the one thing that came out of this division was, we got a bill through the session that made a big streamlined difference for if you want to use stored water. If that's your only source, then there's a new fast speed lane, to go through. And you file the application and all the supporting evidence and a contract with whoever you're getting the water from, and it can go right to final order. And we've had really good luck with that process, because it not only is it faster for applicants, but it takes that application out of the regular line, the slow line, and moves it into the fast lane. And so I don't know how much, trimming we can make, because the state really seems to be dedicated to these processes that provide lots of opportunity for public comment, and then protest if you don't agree with the proposed decision. And so you'd have to try to trim one of those functions. And as Lisa mentioned, anytime you get an application that deals with groundwater, it takes longer.
Right.
And it's tough to make a case for doing less groundwater research on any of the work we're doing. So it's really a tough.
Yeah, and I think it probably, when you're dealing with a scarce resource, there's always going to be challenges getting through it. But people have conflicting interests with respect to those. It's just those numbers are, they're tough. And you guys are doing the best you can with it, with the backlog, but those numbers are tough. But like I said, scarcity produces this kind of outcome, I think. Thank you to all three of you. It looks like we do not have other questions. So shall we move to our next presenters? Is that what's up next? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Justin Iverson is queued up next.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Reeves, members of the commission. I'm assuming everybody can hear me. That's good. All right. And I will share my slide deck here. So please bear with me one moment while I do that. Lastly, make sure that I get the right view up here. So can folks see just the main slide, not my notes?
Or I could see your notes, I think, Justin,
Okay.
or
And
Nope.
there, we can see the next slide is queued up on the right-hand side.
Gotcha. Okay. There we go. How
there you
about that?
go. Yeah,
That's what I normally need to do, and I did that at the Groundwater Advisory Committee yesterday, and it worked opposite for some reason. So, all right, thanks for bearing with me. Again, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Justin Iverson. I manage the groundwater section here at the department, and I'm going to run through our 2-pager, as Tom aptly named it. It is attachment 5 to your staff report. If you'd like to follow along, my slides are going to generalize some detail that's in here and provide more detail on other areas. So I'll be roughly going top to bottom and page 1 to 2. So that's the outline of my presentation, if you will. First of all, I just want to note that my 2-pager, and I'm assuming everybody's plans or updates on our 21 to 23 biennium priorities, they're all aligned with the IWRS as well as our KPMs where those are applicable, and also our core functions and our strategic initiatives defined in our 2019 plan. So in my 2-pagers you're following along, I have cross-referenced these existing plans and key performance measures wherever possible. So it's relatively straightforward to see how everything links together. And I've really appreciated having these overarching plans that many of you worked on to help us guide our thinking and put it into a common framework. So the first page of the summary sheet there in attachment 5 of your staff report describes a lot of our core functions and what the groundwater section does within the greater scheme of things. I'm not going to spend too much time on that today since we're mostly talking about our projects that we're working on and implementation, but I do want to touch on them because it really provides the foundation for what we're doing, and I'm pretty certain that all of our projects is some extension of these existing core functions. And I want to say that just groundwater in general in the state, our IWRS, I think, calls it a cross-cutting issue. We really end up providing technical support to most of the functions of the department, maybe barring dam safety, but otherwise we tend to have some nexus with some sliver of a lot of the other functions the department works on. So the groundwater section are the primary entity that are responsible for collection of groundwater data statewide. We organize and interpret that information, and then we apply that information to our water right transactions. You heard Dwight and others talk about that just recently. We apply that to support our Water Master Core in distribution and regulation. And we use that to support our place-based planning folks in meeting future needs and helping communities plan for their water future. So I'm going to move on now. I've already done page 1 in the first couple minutes. going to spend most of our time here on page 2 of that 2-pager, going through the project list and where we're at with many of these new projects for the current biennium. So I want to start with recruitment. That's a really big one. We started the biennium with, well, we had 14 positions. 10 of those were filled due to some COVID budget uncertainty. The 2021 legislature provided us with many more, and our group, at least position-wise, has about doubled. So we have hired within the last 11 months now, that it's September, 8 new staff, and they range in tenure from 11 months for our newest to we have somebody start today actually in the office. So really excited to get on new folks. We have 3 positions that remain in process, so going through the recruitment process. In addition to hiring folks and trying to find a large number of qualified people to start in relatively short order, as again, folks have talked about earlier, we've really found that training those folks has been a challenge that we've had to address. Our past onboarding process was pretty antiquated. We tended to hire single folks, largely spaced out, and we had kind of process by which they essentially shadowed a senior person for 6 months, and then they were on their way and doing their work, and that just wasn't going to work with the number of folks we were bringing on. So we've spent a significant amount of time creating an onboarding plan, a thoughtful onboarding plan to bring everybody on board and give them the skills they need. And we are also taking this opportunity to help address our portion of the backlog reduction process. So I will follow up with Doug's comment from last item and say that as of Monday, the groundwater section has pending technical reviews for 102 applications and 134 transfers. So Doug was pretty spot on and ballparking that around 200. But I will say, as far as the new applications, is I think what was the point of the question, and we have 102 in our queue as of Monday. I'll just note real quick, as we build this onboarding plan, as we bring new people in and get them trained up and productive on doing reviews, we've also been doing a lot of updating of our reference materials so that we've got a good written reference for all the work that we do in the field, in the office, otherwise. And another is kind of hanging line item on this topic area was our contested case backlog reduction. So again, Dwight just spoke about that. We have a number of staff that have been active in contested case processes all the way through judgments, which is great. And we've got 3 going right now. So, 3 of our staff are pulled off helping the contested case backlog effort. In the data and information header, this is a pretty big one on that second page of our 2-pager. We have a number of basin studies running concurrently. You'll recall, I think it was the 2019 legislature passed a bill that asked us to do 2 concurrent basin studies. And so we have, as we're finishing up the Harney Basin study, we have spun up the Walla Walla Basin study. So Harney's in its twilight at the moment. We've published some initial reports. We're working on the final computer model of the groundwater flow system, and Walla Walla is really ramping up at the beginning of its life, where we are expanding our data collection process and doing a lot of coordination as well, since the Walla Walla is a border crossing watershed. And we were able to coordinate with the Washington Department of Ecology, the USGS Washington Water Science Center to really have an integrated study that describes the whole hydrologic system, not just the headwaters part that stops at the border, the state border. So in addition to those two basin studies, which were already a stretch, House Bill 2018 in the 2021 legislature provided for a third study with statewide applicability and several components. One of those is a statewide, it's called a recharge study in the House bill. It's really a water budget study for the state as a whole. It's taken a good deal of planning and iteration with the USGS to get a scope that we think addresses the needs of the legislative bill. Finally got that under contract. I've got here last month, but I guess it was in July. And we are now ramping up on planning for expanded data collection there, working with the surface water hydrology section as well as the field services division. And again, I've noted here coordinating staff resources. We are really starting to demand a lot of resources out of the USGS and our local water science center. And in order to ensure that we get these projects running concurrently, our partners at the USGS were able to reach out across USGS nationwide and pull on some great subject matter experts in the tools that we're going to be using to develop this work and get them working on the project. So that was a logistical challenge that we're really happy that our partners at the GS could help us out with. Also in House Bill 2018 was a directive to expand our observation well network. And this is a program that we've had running for a couple biennium now. It's been staffed up and down depending on how the economy is doing and where our staff resources are needed. And we're in a state where we have identified a number of sites we'd like to drill, and we are really working on contracting with drillers to get that work done. So there's been some work to do on our end to make sure that the contracting's in place. The state as a whole has moved to, or has been in a transition from an old procurement system to a new procurement system. And so we've been kind of working within that transition. We have some requirements for large projects of engaging the Department of Administrative Services, and they have resourcing issues. And once we get those posted, we fully expect that the drillers themselves are pretty busy. And so we're just going through resource considerations at many levels on this, but we're continuing to work and press forward. And we've used some expertise that we've got with some of our new staff that we've hired from the consulting world to have drilling and contracting experience to help us push that forward recently. Also in the data and information heading, there are a number of projects going on that relate to data accessibility. And we've found ourselves with staff participating on many programs. The statewide Oregon Open Data Program is underway. A more focused water data program was set up by House Bill 5006 in the last session that we have a representative on. We continue to be a cooperator with the National Groundwater Monitoring Network. On a more internal scale, we're finding that the dry well notification process that we'd set up during the drought last year has been utilized pretty heavily, more heavily than our initial stand-up could really handle. So we've been working to develop a more designed database for those types of notifications that will eventually link with our well log database and our groundwater information system. And then lastly, we've talked in past meetings quite a bit about our groundwater information system improvements we've made over the last couple of years, and we continue to expand that capability and link it in with other databases across both OWRD and elsewhere. So I think that wraps up the data and information section. Quick note on rulemaking. So of course, we're involved in a number of rulemaking efforts. Doug spoke at greater length about the groundwater allocation project and where we are with that. So I'll just skim over that for now, other than to note that that's in progress. We are also picking back up with recent rules coordinator hire with our Division 10 rulemaking. So reminder that is the process for creating critical groundwater areas. Doesn't actually create any areas, just the process we'll go through to do that, to align those rules with the current statutes. That we believe best practice would be to get that done before we go forward with a critical groundwater area designation in the Harney Basin. That would be a Division 512 rule change. That being said, we have a new engagement coordinator for the Harney, and we are ramping up our outreach ahead of that rulemaking effort to both wrap up the study phase and initiate the follow-on rule revision stage. And then lastly, I just want to note that we've got several staff members involved in these, what I termed sovereign engagement programs. So Tom and Doug, I believe, spoke earlier about meetings with the California Department of Water Resources over Klamath Basin coordination. Of course, we're coordinating with tribes in the state of Washington on the Walla Walla Basin. I think that was mentioned as well. And we are also in process on a water rights settlement with the, again, the Confederate Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. So we've got staff that are engaged in those projects as well. And as you can see, yeah, we just have folks that are touching all sorts of very different processes, but all related in that they interact with groundwater. And so with that, I'll say thank you very much for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Justin. Do we have questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Mall.
Still slow on the uptake. Thanks, Justin, as always. Just fascinating, the range of things you're all having to deal with. I'm curious what the word is on the ground. I mean, I think over the last 6 months at least, the voice of the department relative to groundwater, and similar to what we heard earlier this morning, that things have changed, and the department's ability to satisfy anyone and everyone on a new groundwater development is not what it used to be, and it's probably going to get even tighter. And I think we're going to see some legislative pressure along those lines as well. I'm curious what the response has been on the ground. I've always been impressed to the degree to which folks in Harney County seem to have come together around a recognition of limitation and a real commitment to facing that and sort of changing the approach to things. Are you finding encouragement? Are you finding people digging their heels in? Do you feel like it's going to be more litigious? What's the trend for you out in the field?
Well, so Chair Reeves and Commissioner Mall, I guess, to caveat, I get a small, probably subset of all the input that, folks like Director Byler and Woodcock receive. I guess I would just echo the comment you just made, that it's all across the gamut. There's folks that are really concerned about water availability, groundwater availability, and the future ability for new rights to be issued. There's folks that are concerned that it's taken too long and that we should have been more conservative on issuing permits much earlier. I think that I guess I'd bring it back to Dwight's comments about the contested cases, and a number of those new ones, yes, are in-stream water rights, which doesn't affect the groundwater section, but we have seen a number of protests come through, and recently in the contested case hearings we've been part of, we've defended our choice to allocate, we've defended our choice to not allocate, we've defended our choice to transfer. We've kind of been a neutral party describing what we did when two other parties were arguing. So, I mean, even there in the contested case realm, it's not one-sided by any means. So
I should have mentioned this to you as well, Dwight, but again, the courage that you all are showing with this sort of turn of the ship, I think is impressive. So thank you. And Dwight, to what I mentioned to you earlier about seeing the, almost a joy in your face that you all are handling some of these things, the workload and things. I hope there are mechanisms. I know it's very difficult with so much remoteness, especially, but I hope there are mechanisms throughout the department for everyone to sort of share in that, because I can only imagine the burden that people feel. At the same time, you're making just great progress on some really intractably difficult things. So I hope there's, I don't know what you all do for celebrating the progress that you've made. And I really mean that. And, I know a bravo from the commission doesn't really carry much weight day to day, but you got that. And if there are other things that we can do to encourage, keep staff encouraged, I would love to do so. So thank you.
Commissioner Quimps.
Thank you, Chair Reeves. A couple of things. One thing that jumps out at me that's cross-cutting across these reports is, again, it gets back to the staffing, the hiring, the development. That's a tremendous amount of work to bring in this many people in this time frame. It was also mentioned that some people have been promoted, so then that creates vacancies below them that need to be filled. And then there's the training, and hiring is always one of the most important things we do, and getting good people. So I know must be a lot of people behind the scenes and human resources and administrative support positions that there's a lot of commendation for this work. This is a tremendous amount of people to bring on in this amount of time. So I wanted to acknowledge them for their work. And then thinking about the scarcity issue around groundwater and how it drives the need for outreach and education, and we're seeing the benefits of that in the Harney County area, as Commissioner Ball pointed out, but also collaboration both across agencies, across state boundaries, and with tribes, sharing staff and resources, and even data sharing data would be tremendously important to address these issues of scarcity and management. So those are things that jumped out at me in the reports that I think we'll need to continue, and I hope the hiring processes go well. And I know that the collaboration is very important, and a number of people recognize and appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Any other comments, questions? And Justin, thank you. That was a really good report. And, the work that you're all doing is really impressive in the feast to famine to feast situation that we're in. It's a great thing, but it brings its own challenges, and you guys are meeting them. So good for you. Appreciate it. So, did I hear no? Okay, we're good. And who is up next?
we've got Danielle
Oh,
Gonzalez.
Danielle. Okay, good. Sorry. Go ahead, Tom. Sorry.
Go ahead, Danielle, but
Danielle's upside down.
She's standing on her head.
I wanted to make sure that wasn't just me seeing that.
Oh, no.
Is this
That's-
the comic? the
that's
comic
something
relief?
new.
My coffee.
That is
Yogi.
something new. That is hilarious. Let me fix that. Give me half second.
I
This
didn't even
is
know
the-
that was possible.
The comic relief portion of the meeting.
Unless you were actually standing on your head.
A woman of many talents.
Right, right.
We can't hear you yet,
You're,
Danielle.
yeah, you're muted. still.
But we see you.
There
Yeah,
we go.
you're-
At
you're
least
right
now
side
I'm
up.
right side up and you know, that never happens. So there you go. So that was a new one and I am familiar with Zoom. So thanks. Well, good afternoon and thank you, Chair Reeves and commissioners for allowing me to come and provide this update on the policy section. Of course, for the record, my name is Danielle Gonzalez. I'm still muted. Can you hear me? You can hear me. Okay, great. So commissioners, this is Danielle Gonzalez. For the record, I am the policy section manager for Oregon Water Resources Department. So this is a new position for me. I started in March of this year, and so I appreciate the opportunity to present right side up. That's appreciated as well. So thanks for your patience as we move forward. So Nirvana, do you have a share screen or do you want me to share my screen?
I will be happy to if I wasn't sure that you wanted me to, but I can do it for you for sure.
That would be great if you could.
I will. Just give me 1 second to get all my other stuff out of the way. I won't have any upside down fun for you guys, but I will be able to at least do this.
It's hard to follow that.
Yeah, for sure. Just about there. Okay, here we go. Let me know if you can see just the slides without the notes.
Okay.
There we go. Thank you. Yes, we can
Perfect.
see them. Thank you very much, Nirvana.
You are quite welcome.
So again, let's start over. Danielle Gonzalez, for the record, thank you, commissioners, Chair Reeves, for having us today. I am the policy section manager. I started in March of this year, so I appreciate the opportunity to come before you today. If you would advance, please. I've put together a rough agenda of what I would like for the takeaways to be today. So I'm going to do a policy section overview of all of the different types of things that we do, talk a little bit about the resource management decisions that we've had to make to be able to actually accomplish some of the work that is ahead of us, as well as project highlights for the biennium, so 2021 to 2023. Projects that are now awaiting available staff resources. So you're aware that they are still on our radar, but just on the back burner. And then if there's any discussion points after that, that would be great. We can take comments, questions, and discussion. If you would advance, please. So the policy section deals with everything from the administrative side. So that's, like their hiring and things like that, as well as the public records requests, media and communications for the organization, assist with the budget development and working through the policy option packages, works on the policy and bill implementation, just as we were talking about earlier. Rulemaking, so helping to coordinate those rulemakings with the different divisions throughout the agency, as well as reporting to the legislature, anything that is required through the legislation, any of the updates that we have to provide, those also come to the policy section. And the integrated water resources strategy, development and implementation. So those are the things that we have the wide berth on this particular part of our agency through the policy section. Next slide, please. So on the administration side, recruitments just since November of last year. This prior to me joining in March, it was a small group of 3 plus Raquel Rancier that was managing that team. Since November of 2021, we've added the public records and executive assistant. This particular person works about 20 to 24 hours of public records work every month, and then supports the executive administrative work that needs to be done. Then in January, Raquel was able to hire a public information and resiliency specialist, and then hired myself in March of 2022. We've then also brought in a communications coordinator. That is the one that is under the cannabis bill that was passed. And he works on everything from putting together handouts to helping with the educational pieces for the HB 4061. Then also we added in June a limited duration integrated water resources specialist. That is Crystal Grinnell. She will be coming to this commission in the coming months, and also for official approval down the road of the integrated water resources strategy. She is working through just the end of June of 2023, and we have a policy option package to extend that longer for the implementation portions of the integrated water resources strategy. And today, actually, we finally have our newest person on the team. We had 2 water policy analyst positions. Again, one was partially funded through the cannabis bill, and we've added 2 new positions, water policy analyst, Kelly Mines and Laura Hart. Laura Hart started today. Today is her first day. And in August, so mid-August, we brought in Kelly. And of course, with those administrative pieces, you have training and onboarding. And I think one of the pieces that is important for everyone to know is, when you're doing resource management of staffing, you want to make sure that you're building in some resiliency into those positions. So we've attempted to do that through our training and onboarding, but as well as cross training to try to help provide some backup support. So if someone does leave the organization, we are not running as far behind. We've had 2 additional Secretary of State inquiry requests for us to help coordinate, and just wanted to put those there that we've helped facilitate those, and don't have anything outstanding on those at this moment. Next slide, please. So public records request, I want to point out here that we have been working to develop a desk manual for public records requests that needs updating. But what I wanted to point out in particular was the fact that we are projecting 153% increase in public records this year since 2017. We only have 1 person that is 0.5 FTE dedicated to the public records, and they are increasing complexity. A lot of those are because they're coming from attorneys that have very specific needs that are asking for documentation that goes back quite a few years. So it's not just asking about water right certificates or anything like that. It's a little bit more in depth. So that is what we're working through with the public records requests. Next slide, please. On the communication side, we have now 2 dedicated persons that help with public information as well as media and communications. We've started to add different tracking mechanisms to track our media request. And so in February, we instituted the tracking of the media request, went back, and we've already had 55 requests since February from different, whether it be local television, whether it be radio, or even newspaper. We've had all of those contact us honestly in the last 2 weeks. And so coordinating interviews, coordinating talking points, things like that, making sure that whoever is speaking to the media is ready to do that work. We've also done an internal newsletter revamp. So we have an internal newsletter to communicate with staff that has been a nice bit of internal communication that we've been able to do. And they've created a template and released that to the staff. And we're on the second iteration today. So it just went out a few hours ago while we're in this meeting. And then the last thing that's been completed is a drought webpage update. So drought.oregon.gov is actually managed by our staff here. And we've been able to provide some additional updated information regarding drought information, where to find information, and where to find help if you have everything from dry wells moving forward. Now with that though, we have quite a few other pieces, right? We had from the legislature many different projects that were handed to us, and the developing the preparedness, emergency, and resiliency communications plan is really going to help hopefully in the future with the drought responses. And we are working with other state agencies to make sure that our action plan is consistent. But of course, with a small team, that the action plan for what OWRD can do by themselves is limited. And so we want to make sure that we're including all of our partner agencies in the same work. As well as the Cannabis House Bill 4061, we have communications materials. We've put together video. We're actually working on a video script right now to help communicate to water haulers what their responsibilities are under House Bill 4061. And provide training opportunities for our field staff as well, and how they're interacting with that. As well as we're working on House Bill 2145, that's the WARF, the Well Abandonment Repair and Replacement Fund. That information is being developed alongside of our dry well response information and website. We've put together a new handout that has simplified language on what a well owner can do and where they can find resources if available. One of the things, and this may come up in another place, but we are hearing that the difficulty actually finding well drillers is a major impediment to responding to a dry well. So that is something that is also on our radar, working with other state agencies on that. We are also doing a shifting from legacy listserv. So, the old school email chain links, we are now moving to GovDelivery. So we're trying to modernize, just as Director Byler had pointed out. With this modernization, it means that people that are then interested, we are in this transition phase for the next few months, but people that are interested in, say, multiple different rulemakings, instead of us managing those particular listservs or us managing all of those email addresses, it's going to come down to GovDelivery managing those. And so it will give us an opportunity to be able to reach out to people that haven't been able to get on the list before, and we won't have to manage those lists. It'll save quite a bit of time, and it allows for individuals in the public to get information where they may not necessarily know who to connect with otherwise. So we're looking forward to the shift to GovDelivery. One of the other things that is being worked on with our communications team is when you're working with many people that are scientists and science focused, plain language sometimes is hard to come by, right? Getting a way to explain complex issues and concerns in a way that is accessible for the public. That is something that we're developing a style guide writing and utilizing the principles of plain language for accessibility and for making sure our website can be read by OCR readers, the optical recognition reviews. Then you also see on there the Harney CREP program. That is the Harney Conservation Reserve and Enhancement Program, working on providing documentation as well as handouts, things like that, that we can include. So a lot of communications, a lot more on that list. That was just kind of a sampling of the work that we're working on through the communications group. Next one, please. So one of the other things that we've been working on, and this is with our administrator as well, is the budget and completing. We've gotten through the December special session funding. We've kind of been working through the biennium agency request budget that has been submitted. You saw that, I believe, in June, and then there was discussions probably back in March, I believe, as well. And one of the other pieces that we've worked on that is part of the budget is a community engagement plan development. We did a presentation for the racial equity impact statement, and that is included, something that is included with the budget upon submission. What is currently still in progress, of course, is the governor's budget process, and with the potential unknown of who the next governor will be, and the timeline of when that governor's budget will be presented. We're kind of waiting and working through our budget process and talking with stakeholders on what we put in for the policy option packages. And we had approximately 20 of those policy option packages for this budget season. We had some e-board filings. We have actually 4 that just went in this in the last couple of weeks, and those we will be sending out to our stakeholders very quickly. 2 of them are for high hazard dam. It's just a request to ask for federal funds. The third one is the request to extend the federal funds, because we need to have a little bit more of authority there. And then the third one is some additional funds for the Klamath Basin, specifically for wells. And we'll be sending those out shortly to our stakeholder groups that we have identified there. Next one, please. So the policy section, this is probably the one that you actually think of the most when we're working through with the name of the policy section. So we've obviously been working through the cannabis policy development and legislation. We were able to have things ready in June for the initial implementation for the HB 4061. The next level of 4061 will take some time, because we've got to get some rulemakings done and things like that to get that policy as effective as we can get it. We've also participated in the CAFO discussions. Bryn Hudson, our legislative coordinator, has been participating in those. And we've also been a participant in the Interagency Farm Worker Housing Task Force, talking specifically about water and how we can help there. What remains in progress, of course, is the implementation of the HB 3103. So we're working on some policy work groups. Transfer to stored water, the House Bill 4061 implementation, specifically working on making sure that we have customer service trained, field services trained, as well as the water haulers and the requirements that they have. We have 2 LCs, 2 legislative concepts that are there for the 2023 legislative session, the split season leasing policy discussions. We have some sunset provisions on there where if we don't come to an agreement on the split season leasing, that those provisions would sunset. And then as well, we have the water planning policy discussions, and that would be the funds for our regional water planning groups. We've been a participant in this, the mitigation credit work group, as well as the fee-based programs. Bryn Hudson is managing that as well. That work group will probably start next year, but we're doing the prep work beforehand that is necessary to actually have substantive discussions. So things that you don't think about while you're doing all of these individual projects is there's like 17 different tasks you have to do underneath all of these different projects. So for the fee-based program, we're spending a lot of time in actually writing out specifically what happens, what each fee pays for, how much, what that fee could do in the future. So we are working through those now with our new staff capacity. Next page, please. You've heard a lot, excuse me. You've heard a lot already on the rulemakings. So I will try to just touch these very lightly. Excuse me. We were able to complete Division 51 earlier this year, as well as Division 54, which I believe you approved in June. The hydroelectric conversion to in-stream. And then we have in progress the Division 10. So Justin spoke to those pieces about the appropriation, the use of groundwater. Division 10 specifically is setting up the structure for us to make decisions. It is not actually identifying a specific groundwater areas that might be impacted. Then we have the groundwater allocation policy modernization. This is with our new staff support for rulemakings. I think it's a good time to talk about this, the staff resourcing on rulemaking. When we had our last staff member leave, it kind of left us in a position where we didn't have any backup and not enough staff to actually take on those rulemaking roles. And so what we've done with the additional staffing is we've actually broken rulemaking down into 2 different individuals that are the water policy analyst. And that is to help make sure that we have that resiliency in our own agency if there was anything, if someone were to leave or something like that. So we're not getting so far behind. We've also clumped together divisions, the 190, 200, 205, 215, 225, 240, 260, which are well construction and their various rule updates. We'll be tackling those hopefully as soon as we are able to with the Division 10. So Kelly Mines will be working through that, our water policy analyst with our well construction team here. And then Division 512, you've heard a little bit about that earlier, as well as the character of use, Division 380 and then Division 77. These are not all of the rulemakings. There are about 17 to 18 more of them on the back burner, but these are the ones that we are focusing on to make some headway in this for the rest of this biennium. Now, with all of these rulemakings, I do want to point out we are concerned about the ability for stakeholders to be able to fully invest in their time in them. So we are really working closely with other parts of the agency to be sure that we're not overtaxing our stakeholders that are heavily invested in these rulemakings. We are certainly not naive to know that we're the only agency that is requesting their time at this point. And so we will need to be flexible as the stakeholders have the availability as well. Next slide, please. Okay, the integrated water resources strategy. This is something that has been communicated about already this morning and this afternoon. We have a staff person that we hired in June, Crystal Grinnell, and she is working on building a very solid structure on how we attack and implement a strategy. She is working on building up the teams at this point, and we have one requirement early on. We need to have an interagency progress report and present that to the legislature. We've made an agreement upon for December of this year to have a report to the legislature during legislative days in December. That progress report is currently underway, but we are building those teams for the progress report that is internal and external to our agency, as well as building the teams for evaluating, providing recommendations for the strategy moving forward. There will obviously be a outreach plan, and we're really looking for meaningful ways that people can contribute to the development of the IWRS. And we are also then going to be trying to implement that plan, utilizing all of the resources that we have to make sure that we can get to a commission target end date of end of 2023 or very, very early in 2024. The reason that is so important for us to hit that target date is we want to be ready for the discussions for the next biennium for funding purposes. One of the things that has been under discussion with the development of the strategy is maybe looking at a longer time horizon. What has happened is that the timing for the IWRS every 5 years doesn't coincide really well with the bienniums. And because of it, you're really only making progress if once you're planning, you're not making as much progress each biennium because you don't have the longer runway really to build those processes up and those projects. So that is our hard target on the commission approval for the integrated water resources strategy. And I will make sure that you have Crystal here a couple of times before then, just to provide updates. The important thing to know with the integrated water resources strategy is that we are utilizing existing organizations and existing teams. So the water core team is heavily involved. So they are already meeting. It's a good aligned fit with their existing group. And we want to make sure that this IWRS update is a good guiding document, and taking what Justin was talking about earlier, utilizing that as a common framework for us to think about the longer planning horizons and what we can get accomplished in the bienniums to come. Next slide, please. And then just completely on the side, they're not necessarily individual projects, but we do have to report and do legislative reports every year, key performance measures, annual rules updates, government to government report, a sustainability report, Deschutes report to the legislature on 540. We have lots of reports that have to be done through the legislature. And so every time they've added a new one that we need to report on, it ends up on this list. And then we dedicate staff to making sure that that happens. Next slide, please. The director's office is also working on these particular projects. So that is Raquel's team there, the racial justice equitable water access funding. We have funding that we are trying to move on, a business case for the assessment of water. So that is work that we want to continue after the 100-year water vision, the tribal water task force, as well as the new project organizations. We're really trying to figure out how we better utilize the resources that we have when it comes to project management, as well as then the drought vulnerability assessment. So other projects as they are available. And that brings me to the very end, and want to offer if there's any questions, comments that I can be helpful with.
Thank you, Danielle. You guys all have your hands full. We say that. That is a lot of stuff. We have time for a few questions. We are pretty far behind through no fault of the presenters. We just the commissioners had a lot of questions. So do we have any Commissioner Smitherman?
Hi, thank you. I just want to say, wow, really just to everybody who's presented today. But just going over everything you just went through, again, there's only a couple things on your plate, right? Just a few. So definitely appreciate all the work of the department and everything that you've been doing to move things forward and modernizing, and looking at how we manage our water in a different lens. And really appreciate the work that you're doing in public outreach and providing clarity to the public, because I think that a lot of the issues can stem from confusion. And so being able to provide some of that education and that outreach is really important. So just grateful and glad to see all the work that's being done, but really great job. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. And yes, we're going to get better and better at that outreach as well. We just want to make sure that we are providing that as a service.
Commissioner Ma?
Echo that. Great work. Two, maybe three real quick questions, hopefully. What's a Secretary of State inquiry? It sounds heavy, but I just don't remember that.
So the inquiry was just a set of questions. They have been actually inquiring with multiple different agencies where it's not an audit. It's just asking questions so they can put together a report of opportunities to improve. And so it was a inquiry that was through the governor's office. It went through OWEB. It went through lots of different water agencies at the same time.
Great, thank you. Related to that, you mentioned the 100-year water vision. I just wondered, is that essentially gone now? And the business case for water is one of the good products that came out of it, or does it still have life somewhere? Because I certainly haven't seen any mention of it in a while.
Thank you, Commissioner, for asking that question. This is where I get really excited, because all of those things actually are really part of the integrated water resources strategy planning. So we have pulled in all of the different pieces. So the 100-year water vision, the business cases, all of the work that's been done in the last few years, none of that is wasted. It's actually giving us some great points of where we can refine the work for the integrated water resources strategy. So none of that is dead at all, is actually being utilized.
Great. Finally, related to the IWRS, did I hear right that Crystal, that her position is only funded through December?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Her position is funded through June of 2023. We will not be completed with all of the anticipated work for the integrated water resources strategy. So our POP first priority is making sure that that position is continued on.
Certainly something that we can vocally get behind in front of the legislature. So keep us apprised to the timing and how best to do that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
That's a critical role. Thanks, Danielle.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Danielle. Thank you to all the presenters in this agenda item. This was really, it was a real eye opener. I appreciate it. I think it was a good addition to the agenda. The question for the, staff and commissioners, how about if we take 30 minutes for that lunch break and reconvene at 1:50? That will put us only 20 minutes behind. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah? All right. Come back at 1:50. Thank you. It is 1:50. Let's give a minute or two to see if we get more commissioners back on the screen. All right. I think we can go ahead and get started. So the next agenda item is 2021 Field Services Division Activity Update with Ivan Gall. Hello, Ivan.
Hey, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, for the record, Ivan Gall, Division Administrator for the Field Services Division. It's great to be here today and good to see everybody again. It's going to be hard to top Danielle's act of standing on her head, but I did notice when I adjusted my camera, I could bump it and get some oscillatory movement going there. So that might be kind of fun to play with. I'm pleased to be here today to present a summary of activities largely conducted by the Field Services Division in calendar year 2021. As some of you may know, this is an annual report that we give to the commission just to update them on the activities. It's an opportunity for us to share some of the statistics and metrics with the commission that we track out in the field. We can also provide updates on staffing, changes to workload, and structural changes to the division. So I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. So what I'm going to do with the first couple slides here is do a compare and contrast, looking where we are today with back as in 2019. In 2019, we were going through some reorganizational changes in the division, trying to rebalance staffing levels with workload. You can see Watermaster District 19 on the South Coast. That was the staff there were moved up to Salem in late 2019 to create Watermaster District 22 in the Willamette Valley. That was done to balance workloads. Watermaster District 16 at the time was very large, has a lot of work with dam safety inspections and regulation distribution that occurs, and we needed to find some additional help. That move was also done to start preparing us for changes in workload on the Willamette River system as part of the reauthorization work that'll be coming up in upcoming years. In the 21-23 legislative session, we also received additional staff, and that allowed us to create 2 new Watermaster districts, which was a pretty significant event for our division. You can see in Northeast Oregon, District 23, that's the Walla Walla Subbasin. We wanted a Watermaster there full-time to assist with the basin study that's ongoing, as well as some of the complex interstate water management issues that are coming down the road there. Center part of the state is Watermaster District 24. We carved out the Crooked River system from the Deschutes Basin Watermaster District for a number of reasons. One, the Deschutes Basin is extremely busy, and Jeremy, the Watermaster there, needed some additional help. 2, the Crooked River system has become more complex with some reauthorization of stored water in the reservoirs on that system there. Water management on the Crooked River is becoming more complex as well. What you see in the current slide there is the current distribution of Watermaster districts. There's 23 districts. District 19 no longer exists, and we're not using that number to avoid confusion with old records. And then those are distributed across the 5 region structures that you see in the various colors there. So let's talk about some of the numbers here. Get these up. A large part of the workload in the field services division is what we call regulation and distribution. We track these data in our field activities database. In 2021, field staff did 8,841 regulatory actions. Regulatory action is defined as staff causing some change in water use. Oftentimes, many of these are just typical regulation distribution where we're shutting down or reducing the diversion rate for junior users in order to provide water to senior users. It also includes finding and dealing with illegal uses out there, and then protection of in-stream water rights. You can see that a little over 4,400 of the actions were taken to protect senior users, consumptive uses, and also to deal with illegal uses on stream systems. There were also 4,400 actions to protect and or monitor 204 in-stream water rights across the state. In addition to the regulatory actions, there's over 23,000 compliance checks that were conducted by field staff. So following a regulatory action, staff will go back and check to confirm compliance with that regulatory action, and that's what counts for these compliance checks there. If we need to step up regulation or our enforcement process, we will issue formal orders. These are called notices of violation. Most of those go out to get under control illegal uses. 40 of those notices were issued in 2021. That's similar to the number that was issued in 2020. These have increased dramatically in recent years largely because of the illegal use associated with the cannabis industry. And as you can see just in the footnote here, as of the end of August, we've already issued 50 NOVs for this current calendar year. I'm going to provide a couple of slides here that just show you the geographic distribution of some of the activities field staff are working on. Each of these dots here in this slide represents a groundwater related action. These also include the dry well complaints that started coming in significant numbers in 2021. You can see a lot of those focused in Jackson, Josephine, and Klamath counties. And if you look at the map there, you can see going up I-97 into southern Deschutes County as well. A significant number of those were probably dry well complaints. These complaints can include well-to-well interference concerns between neighbors, concerns about illegal groundwater use, or as I mentioned, the dry well complaints. These are the locations of streams where regulatory actions occurred to protect or regulate for senior out-of-stream consumptive uses or the illegal uses there. So you can see pretty good distribution across the state. Each one of these dots represents a distinct surface water body on which regulation occurred. Some of these dots actually represent a large number of regulatory activities. Good examples would be, say, the Wood or Sprague River down in the Klamath Basin, or the Silvies River over in the Harney Basin there as well. These are the locations of the in-stream water rights that have been monitored and or regulated for. You can see a larger number of them are focused on the western side of the state. On the west side of the state, there are junior uses that are junior to these in-stream water rights that can be subject to regulation. So Mike McCord and his staff up here in the Northwest region and Justin Dillon and staff in the Southwest region are able to do some regulation to protect the in-stream water rights because of those more junior uses. On the east side of the state, the in-stream water rights tend to be the most junior or close to the most junior water rights on the stream system there. That's just a function that no consumptive uses have been issued over there in recent years. Talk a little bit about well inspections. So within the field services division, there historically has been 5 well inspectors, 1 per region, These inspectors go out and inspect water wells and monitoring wells to help maintain the integrity and quality of the groundwater resources around the state. The well construction section here in Salem works in a very coordinated fashion with the well inspectors to track all the data and information. I think you're aware that House Bill 2145 was adopted last legislative session. That really was a big step forward in modernizing the well construction program here in the agency, but also provided some additional duties for the department. 2 additional well inspectors were provided to the agency, so there's a total of 7 now. 6 of those positions are filled at the moment, and the last position will be filled the middle of September in our Bend office, so we'll be fully staffed in that program for 2022 and 2023. One of the new duties that became effective July 1st for those well inspectors is to conduct a review of the actual construction details on each water well log that's reported to the agency. And so our well inspectors have started getting real busy doing that. For 2021, you can see the numbers here that they've been dealing with. What's key down at the bottom there, our goal has been to inspect 25% of the new constructed wells, both monitoring wells and water wells. And you can see in 2021, there were a total of 1,556 inspections. So we were able to inspect 33% of the new water wells that were drilled and 45% of the new monitoring wells that were constructed that year. So we met that goal pretty well. Just a quick graphic here to show the locations of those well inspections that were conducted around the state in 2021. Again, on the west side of the state, where the large population is at and a lot of the rural development. You can see that's where the bulk of the inspections occur. Okay, this is a graphic that shows the cumulative groundwater levels that are measured at observation wells and project wells around the state. The gold colors represent wells that are measured by field staff. The blue color represents wells that are measured by groundwater section staff in Justin Iverson's group there. The triangles are part of the formal state observation well network. And then the dots just represent project wells. You can see significant clusters still down in the Harney Basin there as we're wrapping up that study and are continuing a significant monitoring effort. Down in the Klamath Basin, there's a lot of monitoring going on to track the groundwater level changes down there. Walla Walla Basin is kind of hard to see, but there's a large number of wells being monitored there as part of the basin study. And then in Morrow and Umatilla County, a large number of wells tracking water level changes in the critical groundwater areas there. In total, there's just under 1,600 wells that are measured or were measured there in 2021. About 384 of those were part of the state observation well network. And there were 1,205 additional wells as part of these project well networks. Of that group, 140 of these wells are outfitted with data logging systems that record high frequency data. And that's really helps us understand how the system responds to various stresses. Talk about dam safety inspections. In 2021, we had 160 inspections were conducted across the state. For a little bit of background, there are 950 statutory dams in Oregon. Those are part of our dam safety program. What is a statutory dam? Well, a statutory dam has to meet 2 criteria. The dam height is greater than 10 feet, and the amount of water stored behind that dam is greater than 9.2 acre feet. So if both of those criteria are met, it's considered a statutory dam, falls within our dam safety program. Tony Janicek and his staff now are responsible for the inspections of the high hazard dams. They try and inspect those high hazard dams at least once each year. Field staff largely take on inspection of significant and low hazard dams. And you can see the numbers there that were done by both dam safety and field staff in 2021. So of the total of 950, about 160 were inspected last year in 2021 there. These are the locations of the ones that were inspected. So again, you can see pretty good distribution across the state. The different colors and sizes there show the different hazard classifications. So you can see where the high hazard dams are located versus a significant hazard and low hazard. So wrapping up, we're looking forward to some exciting times. The division added 27 new staff since 2019. We went from 58 staff to 85 staff in our division. The 21-23 legislative session added a number of staff, and then the special session in December, which was focused on cannabis and illegal uses, provided 14 assistant water masters and an enforcement section, including 6 staff. It's really exciting to be filling these positions. All of the cannabis assistant water master positions are filled with the exception of 1, and recruitments are ongoing for that. We've hired an enforcement section manager here at the agency, Matt Day, and he's working to begin the hiring process for staff in the new section there for enforcements. The increased staffing is going to help us with data collection around the field, as well as many more boots on the ground. So we're going to have a much improved both field and regulatory presence out there. At the same time, we're seeing much more water scarcity in some of our basins around the state. The issue of dry domestic wells has really become an issue starting last year. And it doesn't look like it's going to get resolved in the short term. So I think that's going to be an ongoing workload that the agency is going to need to deal with. And of course, the cannabis industry continues to be a real challenge, particularly in Southwest Oregon. And our staff are working very closely with law enforcement this past year to deal with that issue. So that's all I have for you. I'll go ahead and stop sharing here, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ivan. I'm looking to see if any commissioners have hands up. Kathy, Commissioner Kahara?
Yes, general comment, great work. I'm glad you're getting staffed up and ready to hit the ground running, and have always been running, doing the marathon as well as the sprint. Just wondering, not quite sure how to frame this, but Klamath and Upper Deschutes issues on cannabis, regulatory, how, what's the feeling, general gut feeling about what's going on in those basins? Do you get a handle on that?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Kahara, it's a good question. There's a number of issues going on with respect to cannabis in both basins. Thankfully, the water use on the sites that we've investigated so far in the scheme of things is relatively small. I notice a lot of the newspaper articles are characterizing things in millions of gallons, and it does sound like a lot, but we oftentimes think in, acre feet. And so in that perspective, it's much more manageable, if you will, when you put it in perspective to all the other consumptive uses in the basin. But there are a number of illegal uses out there, although small in total, they can certainly add up to problems, particularly in times of scarcity. Our staff field staff have started working in much more of a cooperative fashion with the law enforcement agencies out there, county sheriff's departments and state police. Those folks will oftentimes do weeks of research on a particular site, and then they'll go in and, you know, raid the site typically early in the morning. We usually follow in once they have the site secured, do inspections to try and understand the source of water and water use on the site. And then we'll issue notices of violation in addition to whatever law enforcement does there to work to get compliance. Typically, compliance is achieved because law enforcement was there and they're tearing down the infrastructure and ripping out the plants and destroying those. So that is by far the most effective way to get compliance with water law. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and kind of just kind of a general feel of the area towards water resources. You know,
as far as public
is
perception goes,
Klamath still at loggerheads with us over everything?
Yeah, Chair Reeves and Commissioner Kahara, yeah, I think tensions are still fairly high in the Klamath Basin. You know, water scarcity amongst all parties is driving that. You know, the tribes aren't able to fulfill their lake elevation determined claims. The Bureau of Reclamation's irrigation project was delivered around 82,000 acre feet this year, but that's probably a minimum of 25% of what they actually need. And they were shut off here, I believe it was last week. So folks are desperate to get crops across the finish line this year, and they're just running out of options. So it makes for some pretty tense feelings, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have other questions or comments from commissioners? Wow. It looks like we do not. Excuse me. Ivan, how much of the there are new enforcement positions, is that right? Did I hear that correctly?
Chair Reeves, that's correct. We're standing up a new enforcement section within the Field Services Division. So the section will include one manager and 5 staff and an administrative assistant.
Wow, so that's like, I missed that part. Is a lot of it focused on cannabis, or is it kind of across the board enforcement?
The majority,
or is it both?
Yeah, Chair Reeves, the majority of those staff are going to be focused on cannabis and illegal water use on these cannabis grow operations. Prior to the enforcement section, we had 2 staff in our agency in the well construction group here in Salem that worked part-time on enforcement. In the last 2 to 3 years, they have just been overwhelmed with workload. And so that's what caused us to ask for additional help to deal with this. So the enforcement section will be taking over all the enforcements that the agency has to enter into. A large part of the staff workload is likely to be cannabis, but they'll also deal with well construction violations where we can't get voluntary compliance, and other issues with traditional water users out there where we can't get voluntary compliance.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
How many staff are going to be in the enforcement section? Say that again.
It'll be 6 staff in the enforcement section, and they'll be supported by an administrative assistant.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Kemps?
Thank you, Chair Reeves, and thank you, Ivan, for the report. I remember when I first started on the commission, there was a lot of concern about the industry and the challenges it might pose, and it certainly is. Seems like it's coming to fruition. One thing that caught my attention, kind of a minor note maybe, but you talked about the reference to, people reporting things in terms of millions of gallons per day, for example. And in my own work, I've been asked to try to think about social math and come up with, measures or quantities that are more relatable for people, because the acre foot is so ag centric, and if you're not working in ag or you're not familiar with it, it's hard to relate to that. So I just think for outreach and education, it might be in our interest to have some other measures, like, you know, an acre foot, or, you know, what is that? I can't remember the conversion. 1,000,000 gallons a day would be 3 acre feet roughly. Is that right?
I believe that's correct. There's a 300 and some thousand gallons per acre foot.
Yeah, and then you know, or maybe we say something like enough for a household of 4, or different things, and maybe even show that graphically so people can look and try to make it, the numbers, more relatable. It's just it's a challenge we all have, but it just caught my attention when you brought that up, because I know I've had the same issue raised to me, and I say, well, you know, 1,000,000 gallons a day isn't, it sounds like a lot, but it's not as much as you might think, and do the conversion for them. So just a thought. Thanks.
Commissioner Lee?
Yes, I actually have a question for Commissioner Smitherman. I know that you are involved with the city there in Medford, and I wondered what you're seeing in the way of people getting permits to haul water from city resources.
That's a great question, Commissioner Lee. I'm not seeing those permits directly. That would be our water master here locally. But just given, you know, what we're seeing as far as the reporting and having to track where water haulers are taking their water, I think that's given us a lot of help in that area. And then any of that information that is requested by water master or enforcement, we can turn that over to them, and then they can follow up.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Smitherman?
Yeah, I have a question. So I know as we're working towards this groundwater allocation policy modernization plan, is the department planning to do more well monitoring, in particular in the Jackson County, Josephine County areas?
Chair Reeves, Commissioner Smitherman. Yeah, I think if you recall, Justin talked a little bit about the observation well program. So we do have resources to drill and dedicate new observation wells in strategic areas around the state. So we will be expanding as quickly as we can the observation well network that's out there. I did manage to hire 2 interns from Oregon Institute of Technology this summer. They're working out of our Klamath office, and so they were able to get out and visit 185 of the wells that were part of the dry domestic well. So they help us locate these wells, measure water levels when they can, and that information will get into the database as well. So as these problems unfold, we're trying to increase our monitoring as time and staff allows.
That's what I thought, but I just wanted for the public and anyone else listening to hear that again. So thank you.
You're welcome.
It looks like commissioners have no more questions, comments. Ivan, thank you very much for that presentation and all the work your division is doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Well, let's see. I think we are into agenda item F, which is public comment. Let me just hang on, bear with me a minute. I gotta see, get back to my list of people who want to make public comment. So, do we have Tony Newbill? Excuse me, Newbill available? Wonder if we lost him. Nirvana, do you know whether Mr. Newbill is on?
Thank you, Chair Reeves. I do not see him on the list of names, but there is a caller that's identified only by a phone number, and I'm not sure if that might be Tony or our other person.
Well, maybe what I'll do is move to the next person and Mr. Newbill, if you're on the phone and you want to come up, be up next, well, organized to be up next, that would be great. We have James Dunn in the queue. No, we're a little bit late, but not that late from what the agenda says. How about Kimberly Priestley? Hi, Kimberly.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Chair Reeves, members of the commission, and Director Byler. We at Water Watch just wanted to take a moment to express our thanks to you, Director Byler, for your long service to the state. We appreciate that being director of the Water Resources Department is an extremely challenging position and, oftentimes a thankless job. So we just wanted to take a moment to publicly thank you for your work leading the department and also just on water in general. And we also wanted to pass along our appreciation for your willingness to listen and also just your thoughtful approach to things. So again, just a quick note to say thank you for your service to Oregon, and everyone at Water Watch really wishes you the best in your next chapter. That's it.
Thank you, Kimberly. And let's see, Marianne Cooper.
Good afternoon, Chair Reeves and members of the commission. For the record, Marianne Cooper here today on behalf of the Oregon Farm Bureau Federation. I'd like to begin where so many others have today with thanking Director Byler for his many years of service to the state of Oregon and to the department. Director Byler, we've really enjoyed working with you, getting to know you, the open door policy that you had for stakeholders with questions or concerns or comments. This is one agency I know where I have questions, I can always get them answered in a timely fashion, and I really appreciate that. So thank you so much for everything you did. Secondly, I would like to just make the commission aware of a new agricultural water alliance in the state. 7 agricultural organizations have come together to form the Oregon Agricultural Water Alliance. We have a website at OregonAgriculturalWaterAlliance.org, and we have some priorities that you'll probably be hearing from us on over the coming months, including ensuring food supply and security, promoting sensible new above and below ground storage projects, pushing for multi-state coordination, demanding effective and efficient water management from state agencies, seeking consistent science-based and transparent decision-making, and building resiliency to drought through technology, agency flexibility, management, and conservation. So again, we'll probably be in front of you in the coming months and look forward to continuing to work with you all as part of this alliance. Oregon Farm Bureau is one of the 7 members. And then I just wanted to comment on a few other things I have heard today, and I apologize if some of these were addressed because I was a little in and out of the meeting with other obligations. But I know you talked a little bit about in-stream water rights and some of the protests associated with in-stream water rights, and I just wanted to flag there that many on the water user side have been pushing for several years for more conversation and coordination with the Department of Fish and Wildlife prior to their filing in-stream water rights to reduce the potential for protest. We're actually part of an unresolved protest as it relates to in-stream water rights and have been pushing since we filed that for these conversations with the department, but have not gotten very far. So when you look at why there are those protests, I would say it's largely due to a lack of planning, community coordination, and conversation on the front end before those rights are filed. And I think that's something the commission might be well served to try to help address. And then secondly, and I missed most of the presentation, but I know Ivan talked about the upcoming groundwater work, Division 10 rules, I think, well, and the groundwater allocation work that's going forward. And I just wanted to flag, those are going to be really significant changes for the water user community. And I think ones that will be met. There's a lot of complexity around the state, and I think a lot of information that is understandably not able to be presented to you all every time that you have conversations. So I would just really encourage the staff take a very community-led approach, a lot of community engagement, a lot of community conversations, and help bring particularly groundwater users alongside these conversations, as opposed to having it feel like something the state did in isolation and then was presented out to the communities that are going to be impacted. I know that makes it a lot harder, more expensive, and more time intensive. But I think it's the only way that it's not going to end in just completely unfettered litigation. So those are all the things I wanted to comment on. I really appreciate the opportunity to comment with you all, and I'm happy to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mary Ann.
Thank you.
Do we have questions for Mary Ann from commissioners? I do not see any hands up. Thank you. So I see, Mr. Souza, that you have your hand up, but I'm first going to check and see whether the two people, either of the two people that signed up to make public comment are on the phone, maybe? There's Tony Newbill and James Dunn.
This is Tony.
Oh, okay. You have the floor. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, commissioners and chair. I just wanted to touch bases and let you know I'd sent in some info on Idaho Power Administration's efforts for trying to increase their snowpack up in the Teton Mountain Range over the last 6-7 years. They have accomplished a great deal and are able to deliver an extra 1 million acre feet of water a year into the Snake River Basin with their cloud seeding efforts. And I just wanted to make you guys aware of that. And then also I saw where you guys had a Zoom meeting with the one of the scientists out of the Desert Research Institute in Nevada. And they are very, very they're cutting edge in the field of this technology that Idaho and Utah and there's 6 states around us here that are engaged in this, and then also USDA water specialist Ron Abramoff last spring had a feature in the Capitol Press where he was calling on all of the Pacific Northwest states to start collaborating with Idaho Power Administration on their efforts and to try to help mitigate this climate change that we're dealing with. And anyway, that's kind of all I was wanting to convey.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
You bet.
Do you, I'm just looking to see if commissioners have any questions. I do not see any hands, hands going up. So thank you for joining us. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you.
Mhm.
Bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Mr. Souza, you have your hand up? Did you want to make a public comment?
I do, Chair Reeves. Commissioners, thank you very much. And Tom Byler, I did want to say thank you very much for your public service. I've learned a lot from you and have enjoyed watching you the past 3 years and learning from a number of things there at Oregon Water Resource Department. I did want to make a public comment about one of the last items that Ivan just mentioned. And I want to make a correction because things are tense down here in the Klamath Basin today. And I don't want people to get the misperception about a comment that I don't necessarily agree that Ivan communicated clearly. The biological opinion for Upper Klamath Lake for no jeopardy for the endangered species of Chewam and Cockatoo, as I read U.S. Fish and Wildlife's biological opinions, is 4137.8. That's 4,137.8 feet above mean sea level as measured by reclamation datum. That's where we don't have jeopardy. In the biological opinion that Reclamation put forth in 2019, they put a buffer on top of that and said 4138. Today, in all the models that I've seen, that lake level is not in jeopardy in 2022. The lake level is currently at 4138.98, almost 1.2 feet above what would consider to be jeopardy. Nothing that we would do in this year, agricultural wise, would place those endangered species in jeopardy. I understand the tribe's concerns, but legally and contractually, the water that's above 4137.8 or 4137.15 as we agreed to with reclamation earlier this year, that is still in the lake and arguably being released out of stored water going to the ocean, is a property right that is being taken by the federal government, and we don't have recourse. So I just want to put that on to the public comment, my perception, and to clarify Ivan's comment, because I don't want people getting the understanding that lake levels here in Upper Klamath Lake are going to cause jeopardy this year. Thank you.
Thank you. It looks like, Doug, did you have a question or a comment?
I did, Chair Reeves. I believe that Ivan's comment, I could be wrong, did not mention the biological opinion or the biological lake levels. His comment referenced the determined claims that came through the adjudication process that is active in the Klamath Basin. Those levels are not met today, and Ivan's comment referenced the tribe's frustration with those lake levels not being met.
Did you want to say something else, Mr. Souza?
If I could, Mr. Doug, if you could send me that, because as I read the ACFOD, my water right goes down to 4136. And as I read what the Klamath Tribe's responsibilities are in their water claims, I think Oregon Water Resources Department and where the lake lives right now, all of their claims have been met. So I would like to see and be able to balance that and have a full understanding of why we have a difference of opinion. Thank you.
I'm happy to look into that.
All right, thank you. I'm going to make one more attempt at seeing if James Dunn is on the line. I do not see James Dunn, but I see a hand up from Christopher Hall. Would you like to make public comment?
Commissioner Reeve and Water Resource Commissioners and Director Byler, thank you for this opportunity to check in and say hello. My name is Christopher Hall, and I'm with a new organization called Water League. I believe a letter we recently sent to you and to other recipients was entered into public comment for this meeting. So I thought I had a presumption that it would be in the record, but thank you for the opportunity to say hello. We would like to engage the Water Resource Commission in some questions that we have regarding beneficial use and prior appropriation. And that could happen over the next few months. We did send in one request and one question, but in the interim, we've worked on a few others. And so we'll make it our responsibility to reach out to you about those. Because we think that there's some important issues that ought to be brought to the table over the coming future, and would appreciate the opportunity to do so. Related to that, there was a note about the relative volume of water use and how small it might seem in the broader scope of things. Recently, there was a discussion about the use by, say, some cannabis farms up in Klamath. One of the issues that we found in the Illinois Valley is that what may seem to be relatively small water uses actually have a large impact. I think it's sometimes the colloquial term is it punches above its weight class. So for instance, last year, I calculated about 500 million gallons was taken out of the lower watershed of the Illinois River. About 414 of that was from unlicensed cannabis farms, so 414 million, about 82%. And when I looked at the calculations, that's equivalent to about 1 month summer flow of the main stem of the Illinois River as it's measured right at the base of $8 Mountain. Now, while the river flows are lower during the summer, that's still a significant comparative volume. And what I'd like to share is that the relatively small amount of water that's used by the cannabis industry has outsized negative impacts on the community well-being and on people's wells and on various creeks and rivers. Last year, Deer Creek was essentially a gravel road. And so I'd love to open up the conversation in the future at some point about how volumes of water use are not just sheer gallons or acre feet, but that they have impacts that are quite different. Lastly, and I just want to make this note, Commissioner Mole in his introduction at the top of this meeting referred to influence peddling. And influence peddling, as I understand it, is the use of a position or a political influence on someone's behalf in exchange for money or for favors. And if I was surprised that that didn't raise any eyebrows, that sort of activity might be going on. If it is, perhaps that wants to get looked into, because my eyebrows raised when I heard that. And so I thought maybe I would just mention that that ought to be a concern if that sort of activity is going on. Anyhow, thank you very much. And Director Byler, all the very best. I didn't get to know you. We're a new organization, but all the very best. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hall, for joining us. I think that is the end of public comment. And before we adjourn, we want to have an opportunity to bid our fearless leader farewell. I guess I'll just start by saying Tom and I go back a long way in the water world. We figured out, I was trying to remember earlier when that was. And in my time as the deputy director, which was between 2000 and 2003, Tom was working at the agency as well. And that's how we first started working together. And since then, I kind of, watched his progress, and and then we rejoined him at the water resources, in the water resources world when I joined the commission. And I just want to say, Tom, that it has been a real, genuine pleasure to work with you. You are, where'd you go? I lost you on my screen. Anyway, you are so thoughtful, respectful, have such a great sense of humor, and make hard decisions when they have to be made. And I just really appreciate all of those qualities. And I'm really going to miss you, working with you. I'm looking forward to working with Doug as well. And I hope that our paths will cross in the future. And thank you very much. And I see that Bob Baumgartner has joined the crowd. So if people want to speak, just, shout out or raise your hand. Or Bob, I'm assuming that you have a reason for having joined this meeting today, right?
I did. And thank you for letting me pop in. I just wanted to congratulate Tom on all your years of experience and express how much I enjoyed my tenure on the commission. I felt I learned an incredible amount. I really enjoyed it. I think, Tom, your leadership allowed the commission to work through some very difficult issues that could have created all kind of controversy, but we are able to do that in such a kind and logical manner. And I think that really reflects your leadership. I appreciate that. And I want to say good luck on everything you do in the future. I was a little bit timid about calling in because I do still have that little notebook that you gave me at one time before, in the before times before COVID. So I will promise to return that someday. I know you guys own it, but good luck, Tom. Thanks for all you've taught me, and I really appreciate it. And thanks for letting me stop in. And hi to everybody I know.
Hello, Bob.
Great to see you, Bob.
Hello.
Thank you.
Maybe you can return that notebook in person at the November commission meeting at dinner when we get together and say goodbye to Tom more fully. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a good idea.
Right,
I might do that then.
All right. Yeah, because we never got to bid you and Bruce a real farewell either. So Yeah.
No, that was all strange times, still is, but thank you. And I gotta pop off because I gotta run.
All right. Thanks, Bob.
Bye-bye.
Well,
Bye. Jan, you got your hand up.
Yes, I just wanted to say I think that I've worked with Tom even longer than you. I worked with him when he was a legislative aide
Oh,
to
yeah.
Representative Norris. I'm thinking that might be in the early 90s, but I'm not sure. I wanted to congratulate you, Tom, for your many years of service, and you served us all so well. Being at Water is not an easy job, as you know. So thank you again. We'll see you in November.
Thank you, Jan.
Eric?
thank you, Chair Reeves. I just wanted to actually congratulate Tom. I think this is a great opportunity for him. I think these major transition points of our lives are very interesting and hopefully exciting and full of potential. And so I'm trying to keep it in that frame to be positive about it. I'd rather he stayed on longer, but it's kind of selfish of me. But I really want to wish you well, Tom. I think your approach as a leader of the agency and being deliberate has paid off. I know that there are times when people would like to move faster or but if we're going to have durable decisions and durable processes for our stakeholders, we need the resources and we need the planning underneath that so that it pays off in the long run. The challenges we face are not long-term in making, and many of them are going to be long-term in improving or resolving. So it's nice to see in the last biennium, the agency finally getting the resources and the staffing and able to, address these issues better. I think a cliche, I think, is, you don't want to overpromise and under-deliver. And that would certainly be easy to do in a situation like this where the agency has been chronically under-resourced. So I appreciate you being deliberate, the planning, and I think that sets up the agency well now that it does have the resources. And I thank you for your work and interest of the water resources and the state of Oregon, and wish you the best and look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, Julie.
Well, again, just want to say, obviously, thank you to Tom. Thank you so much for your guidance. I haven't gotten the pleasure of working with you as long as others on this meeting, but in the time that I did get to know you, I really appreciate how just cool, calm, and collected you are, when it comes to some of these really tough issues. And I know hopefully we'll run into each other in the future and get to work together again. But thank you for everything that you've done for the department and your entire career working in public service. And we all really appreciate you. And I hope that you know that.
Thank you, Julie.
Joe, I think I saw Joe's hand up.
Yes. Thanks, Grace. I can't imagine, Tom, how often you just want to do this and you hear me especially, but any of us ask a question or say something that either reflects us not really being prepared or something we've heard many times and still have to ask about. And you handle that with the grace of a father. Come on, son. Are you gonna say you gonna ask me that again? People keep mentioning service. It's the public aspect of things, your work both here and at OWEB on behalf of public service, which is a term that's tossed around, but I don't think given the weight that it deserves. And you've always given that. And case in point, Mr. Hall, I thank you for the attention to my words. I was careless in saying peddling if there's an implication of money changing hands or something. What I was referring to is the sense earlier in the year that somehow the agricultural community having more of a director's time because they're knocking on the door more frequently is somehow inequitable and unfair. And I remember in Congress last year, 2 years ago, talking to someone who says, you know what, they call more often. They call more often. And you, before I forget, I worked in the past in grizzly bear management, and I worked with a guy who was the interagency grizzly bear recovery coordinator for damn near 30 years. And I said, Chris, how in the world have you stayed in this position? Because you're just getting punched in the nose by all sides. And he said, well, as long as I'm getting punched in the nose by all sides, I'm probably doing an okay job. If I'm just getting punched in the nose by one side, then there's a problem. And damn, if you haven't been punched in the nose by all sides, figuratively only, I hope. So you have your tolerance for our carelessness, your mentorship really has been inspiring. So thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Woody, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Tom for his service in my relatively short time on the board. He's really made me feel welcome and like a part of the team, and always answered my questions. And I don't have much of a history with him, but what I do have has been very enjoyable. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it, Woody. Thank you.
Kathy, I think I
Yep.
I thought I saw
Yeah,
you.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Tom, for your service. I guess I first knew you when you were doing stuff with OWEB, and I was, on one of the regional review teams. When you would come through with the crew and we go through the arguments on, so I guess we go back even further than I had originally thought. It's not just the water resources. So again, thank you for your service and sense of humor, or maybe it's more the sense of the absurd. But I've enjoyed working with you, and it's always a pleasure to have someone to work with, and not always work for or against, but work with, and to be we're all kind of pulling in the same direction, and I really appreciate that. So thank you.
Thanks, Kathy.
Is there anybody else on the screen or otherwise that wants to say anything? Tom, this these words have hit on all your fabulous qualities, and I hope you're taking them all to heart, because I think everybody has kind of focused on a different aspect of your work and your service and your integrity, your honesty, your calm, your fairness, and it's all well deserved. So go forth and have a great time in your next gig.
Well, I really appreciate the kind words from everyone, and it means a lot coming from you all. And it also just makes me realize I need to retire more often. I really appreciate it. I just want to say that it's really been an honor to have spent 27 years as a public servant. I think it's a high calling, and it's been fun and challenging work. The issues are important, but best of all is the people that I've been able to associate myself with and work with, whether we've been on the same team or not, has really been remarkable. And there's a whole lot of great Oregonians out there, this group certainly included. And it's just been a real fun experience to be able to spend time with all the range of people who are interested in water and other natural resources issues around the state. I've learned a lot from you and everyone else along the way, and it's just really been a distinct honor to have had that experience. So I very much appreciate your kind words.
Well, yeah, I know. We're going to plan on seeing you in November. And until then, smooth sailing. And actually, to all of you, smooth sailing until we get together in November. If I don't see you or talk to you before then. And if we didn't adjourn already, we are adjourned now. Trying to remember, did we adjourn first? But I don't think we did. Okay, thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
Thank
Chair
you.
Reeves.
Time.
Thanks all.
Thanks.
Bye.
In November.
Yeah.
November.
See you sooner for a beer, Tom.
Right.